This time I'll call the February 19th, 2024 County Council meeting to order. I want to welcome you all here tonight. It looks like we have a packed house. I appreciate you coming out tonight. I invite those who are willing and able to join me in the invocation and pledge of allegiance. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for the many blessings that you have given our county. We're thankful for the men and women who have paid the ultimate sacrifice for our freedoms and pray for your arm of protection over all of those in uniform and our first responders. Protect them and bless them. I pray for your wisdom and guidance here tonight as we do the business of the people, that our words would be truthful, honest, solution-minded, and pleasing to you. I pray that our decisions would be in accordance with your will, and I pray all of these things in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Tonight we do have a couple of folks that signed up for oath of office. This is the opportunity for us to have individuals who have been appointed to our boards and commissions to come and get sworn in for their position that they've been appointed to. When I call your name, if you'll come forward and stand in front of the podium, and our county attorney will meet you there so that he can give you the oath of office. Joel Wood for York County Natural Gas Authority, Janelle Stevens for Catawba Mental Health Board. And as you make your way forward, on behalf of our entire council, we want to say thank you for taking the time to serve in this capacity. I say this every time, but we mean it. You do this without any pay, and you do it most of the time without anybody thanking you at all. And tonight we want to thank you for your service. We do have a couple of appearances tonight. Council and staff are going to recognize George Wilmore on his service and retirement with York County. This is a familiar face I think we've all seen. What?
Good evening, council members. George has been with the county since 1992, and so for some context, won't go belabor the point too much, but 1992 was the official end of the Cold War, and that was also the year that the Silence of the Lambs swept the Oscars. So there's some context there. So George has been with us for quite some time. He came to code enforcement in 1997, and he was promoted to the lead officer in 2008. So that's 26 years and change with the planning department now. The planning department started tracking code enforcement cases in our online software starting sometime in 2017. So already 20 years into George's career in code enforcement. And so we only have data for the last 6 years, and that included 881 closed code enforcement cases. So if you can imagine how many thousands more he likely had over the course of his career. So quite a lot of work. I want to touch on the difficulty of code enforcement. I've talked about that in this space before. But when a code enforcement officer shows up to a property, they've already had a conversation with somebody who's made a complaint, and they're not happy about the situation. And they show up onto a property, and the property owner's not happy to see them. So there's not a whole lot of happy interaction for a code enforcement officer to have on a daily basis. So it's a very difficult job, and George handled it very well over the years. And that's in large part due to his personal demeanor. You couldn't ask for a warmer guy, a friendlier guy. And he carried that not only in the office but in the field. So he's very good at de-escalation, keeping everyone calm, keeping everything solutions oriented. And he worked very well with property owners to get them towards compliance. So we appreciate his work doing that. He also was a mainstay in the department, being here for so long. He was a social mainstay. He had several fish fries that he had for the department over the years. He was always bringing in vegetables from his farm to share with everyone, so we really appreciated that. And he's going to be doing a lot more of that farming in his retirement, I'm told. And so on behalf of everyone in the planning department and York County Council, I wanted to thank you for your 32 years of public service. Thank you, George.
Thank you. I would like to thank past and present council members, county managers for your support and guiding through my years of service with York County Planning and Development. Special thanks to Michael Kendricks, Laura Dover, and other members of the legal staff for open door policies, open phone lines to continue my support. Special thanks to the legal department for rescuing me when I was kidnapped doing a site inspection on McConnell's Highway. The business owner blocked my county vehicles, making it impossible for me to leave. At that time, I called the planning department and didn't get an answer. I called the sheriff's department. They sent a deputy out en route. And I called my faithful legal team. The legal team gave me my advice and kept me calm during that incident. I was a little shook up, so they kind of kept me at bay. I enjoy working with the zoning department as a code enforcement officer. It's been a great opportunity and a wonderful experience that I have with this department. I thank all you guys for y'all support. Thank everyone for being there for me. Just thank you.
George, I will say on behalf of this council, you have been the consummate gentleman, and it has been a pleasure knowing you. And I know I speak for this entire council when I say we are sad to see you go. We really are. We know what a tough job it was, and we know how you did it with such grace. And we appreciate all that you have done for the county, and we wish you the best in your retirement. I hope you have a blast.
Yeah, I second that, George.
Yeah.
Excellent job.
Hey, George, who am I supposed to call now?
That's awesome.
Now I'll recognize Neil Brennan with Lake Wiley Marine Commission, who will provide us an update on the new charter boat and rental boat regulations.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I'm pleased to be here to talk to you a little bit about, if we could do that, oh, I got to do this, right? Here we go. Yes. About how we fulfill our mission. A particular part of it, the promoting regulations for the preservation of Lake Wiley and the safety and education of the citizens. And that's why I'm here to talk to you about a charter boat and vessel rental regulation. The need for regulations has become evident, and it's not just here on Lake Wiley, it's on Lake Norman as well. And we've got some unsafe vessels that are out there. We've got some unqualified charter boat captains who are renting themselves out, and who knows whether they're providing any kind of safety instruction or guidance to the people who rent the boat. Nationwide, in 2020 saw a real rise in the number of boating accidents. 2020 was another year of increased fatalities. 77% of those fatalities occurred because the operator had no instruction or experience. And so the rental boat activity has really blossomed on both Lake Wiley and Lake Norman, and we've been kind of working with them. Our attorney is the same attorney for Lake Norman. Now, they had a charter boat regulation back in 2004 or 5 or so, and they just updated that recently, and this year they enacted a vessel rental, a boat rental regulation. Now they, like us, can do that on their own hook. And that's the beauty of having a commission that can enact regulations that y'all don't have to vote for. I'm sure you appreciate that nuance. At any rate, we've been coordinating with them on the regulations, and we've had some problems recently. To give you an example here, we've had a incident where some of the folks rented a pontoon boat or a charter boat from down on the south end of near Ebenezer Park, went out to the island there for a party, and the guy who rented the boat didn't come back and get them. They had to call Sheriff Tolson's crowd and ask him to come out and bring them back. We had another situation here where some jet skis were rented to an individual, and that one didn't work too well, so the guy called the proprietor, and he came out on a jet ski, and that one sank. So fortunately, one of the commissioners that you appointed, Commissioner Ray Weber, who also happens to be a member of the U.S. Coast Guard Auxiliary, was on scene and witnessed this firsthand. So they were able to save these people. So these are just a few of the incidents that have occurred and gave us rise to figuring out how we can get our arms around this thing. Because there are people out there, entrepreneurs we'll call them. I call them yahoos, but they're out there renting these boats to whoever has money in the pocket and can come on and here's your jet ski, here's the key, here's the emergency cutoff switch, maybe, I hope so, and go and sail in the best interest of the Queen, as we used to say in my former profession. But most of these people lack training and education. Some don't have any experience renting a boat, and certainly they don't have much knowledge of Lake Wylie. And of course, alcohol may come to play in there. You never know, but that's certainly a possibility. So we want to ensure that those who rent vessels do so safely. That's the key here. And we want to establish a common set of standards for each of the vessels that are rented. Now, what are we talking about? We're talking about charter boats. We're talking about rental boats, which can include pontoon boats. You can charter a pontoon, you can rent a pontoon, and jet skis. And then also, the Catawba Riverkeeper people, with whom we operate very closely on several issues, have suggested, hey, don't leave out the kayaks and don't leave out the canoes. So that's another one of the categories of vessels that we want to issue permits for. Not register. Most of the boats are registered with the state. They got your whole numbers on there. That's registration. But we want to permit these boats so that we have some degree of control over what they're doing. Now, the regulation that we have is issued annually, would be issued annually, and we're going to put stickers on the boats to identify them. This is what they're doing up in Norman. So we'll steal anybody's good idea. So they're going to have a sticker on the port and starboard side, and our regulation restates some of the Coast Guard regulations for charter boat captains. And there's a big charter boat captain and a little charter boat captain. They call them six-packs. And they also have to have insurance. Whoa. Now, most of the people who are in this for a business have that. But there's a good chance that some of these guys who are renting from the side of the road may not. And that's just looking for trouble and problems. So we're going to require liability insurance. Interestingly enough, up in North Carolina, for jet ski, the insurance has to cover both the guy who rented it and the rentee. Now, our regulation says you have to have a certain amount of limited liability insurance and whatever else may be required by law, because I'm not sure that all the laws are the same in North Carolina and South Carolina. One of the dilemmas or challenges that we have being on both, operating the lake in both states, or overseeing the lake in both states. In addition, we're going to require those folks to have a pre-ride safety check. Do you know how to operate this boat? Can you take it out and show me how to do this? Have you had any experience before? And we're also going to require that the safety inspections be documented by the owner. We're not going to go out and inspect everybody. That's just not reasonable. But the checklist that we're going to have them fill out has both the renter and the proprietor sign a sheet of paper that says, yeah, I inspected before each time I took a boat out to make sure. I'm not going to wait for a year doing an annual inspection. I want to know, and I want that renter to know that the boat he's renting right now, the jet ski he's renting right now, is safe for him to operate today. So that is on the proprietor to see that that is done. And we'll look at those records once a year when we issue the stickers. Now the way we do this is to make sure that we do it methodically, carefully, and one of the things we always do, as we did last year, you all didn't have to do this for us last year, but we initiated it, as I briefed you last time I was here, about some idle speed regulations that we put in place for the northern waters of Lake Wylie. South Carolina legislature passed some regulations that said, okay, you want to do wake surfing, you have to stand off 200 feet from anybody's dock. We didn't have that in North Carolina. They also said, if you want to drive your boat around somebody's dock, you have to stay 50 feet away in South Carolina. We didn't have that in North Carolina. Lake Wylie Marine Commission was able to enact those regulations. So like what they're doing on Norman, we also are enabled to make these regulations for the safety of people on the lake. So before we go off doing that, as we did in the idle speed regulations, we touch base with the Coast Guard, because it's an interstate waterway, Gaston County Police, North Carolina Wildlife, Charlotte-Mecklenburg, and I asked Sheriff Tolson if he'd take a look at our regulation for us as well, and he said something on the order of, let me know if I can go help you sell this. Thank you, Sheriff, appreciate that. And so I appreciate you being here tonight, sir, to give me a little back in here. So we're in accordance with everybody's law, and that's the idea behind it. We want to make sure that we not put these people out of business, but we want to make sure that if they're in the business, they do it properly. We've also coordinated this with Duke and their shoreline management plan. We've gotten a couple of comments from them. So, as I say, we always check with the police first, the law enforcement first, and then this is my first in a series of briefing the counties on this law. And you'll see it on a copy that I gave y'all. It's a draft. And the reason it's a draft is we want to know if you have any questions or concerns, or did we miss something. Well, look to your attorney to give us any thoughts on this before we pull the trigger on it. So we're doing it methodically, we're doing it carefully, but it needs to be done, in our view, and in the view of law enforcement. Some of this stuff came to us because, as the incidents we know from our Commissioner Weber, others are because the police came to us. One of the Mecklenburg County policemen said, we approached this guy who was renting a charter boat, and everyone on that charter boat said, oh, we're just relatives of this guy. They'd all been briefed real carefully. So there are some unscrupulous people out there, and we don't know how safe they are, but we want them to be safe. So that's where we're coming from, and I welcome any questions you might have about it. And that's my spiel, and I'm sticking to it.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you being here tonight.
Yes, ma'am.
No questions? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As soon as we get this thing nice in a tidy bow, we'll send you a copy of the final draft.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate y'all.
We move now to our public forum session. This is an opportunity for folks to come up and speak. We do allow the first 15 people that have signed up to have 2 minutes. Just to go over a few ground rules. We do ask that when you come up and speak that you do so in a respectful and civil manner. We want to hear your concerns. This is not an opportunity for us to engage back with you, so we ask that you refrain from making any personal attacks or individual attacks on anyone. We don't condone any demeaning or vulgar language. Our priority is to conduct the business that you've asked us to do, and we ask that when you come and do your conversation that you do so the same way. I will make a few other comments there is an item of public hearing that has drawn a lot of community interest. If you wait until the public hearing, it's your choice. If you want to speak for 2 minutes now on this list, then I will have to cut you off at 2 minutes. And I would ask if you'll pay attention to the screen, it will go to yellow and then it will go to red. And when it goes to red, that your 2 minutes is up then. And I hate cutting people off, but I have to do that. So if you can kindly keep your comments and make sure to cut them off on time. If you would prefer and wait to the public hearing, you can wait then, and then you don't have a time limit. We do ask that you be reasonable in those time frames, but just wanted to offer that as an alternative. When I call your name, if you'll come forward, and please state your name and address before you give your comments. Robert Thomas.
Good evening. I'm Robert Thomas, 332 West Rambo Road in Rock Hill. I'm speaking in reference this evening to the rezoning case number 2347 of a property located at 390 West Rambo Road in Rock Hill. Item number one, in reading the York County Planning Commission report, the report states these words on the findings page, item F. It states, the property is located within the City of Rock Hill utility service area, but the applicant will use private well and septic. As an item, the property is not located within the City of Rock Hill utility service as far as we can tell, and also the property is not within the city limits. This brings me to the concerns that we have in regards to rezoning, striving to rezone this piece of property. One of the concerns is that we have in reference to putting multiple homes on this piece of property. Property is 3.9 acres. And I'm concerned about the environmental impact that it may have on Stony Fork Creek, which is connected to Fishing Creek, which is connected to the Catawba River. This property is connected to a water drainage area that flows into Stony Fork Creek. This information can be seen on case number 2347, Exhibit E, the environmental map. The blue line on the map is a water drainage creek that runs under West Rambo Road. Water flows from the surrounding multiple acreage areas and flows into this drainage creek. This piece of property has a lot of standing water and has water that flows into the drainage creek. Also, this drainage creek is very active during our rainy time. This water drainage creek can also be seen on any GIS map such as Cal Topo. The drainage creek has been there for multiple decades. Our concern is that having multiple septic systems seeping into the ground on this small acreage will have an impact, environmental impact on Stony Fork Creek, which flows into Fishing Creek, as we've mentioned. I'm concerned about the negative impact it could have. We're also concerned about the environmental impact that multiple homes on this small piece of property may have in regards to affecting the water table for this area. Any water table can only handle so much draw from it. By putting multiple homes on a small area that relies on private wells, the increased draw on the water table may be impacted in a negative way. Thank you for your time in reconsidering this rezoning request.
Thank you, sir. Vincent Blackwell.
I'm at 3129 Sims Road, right beside the property that we're talking about. I'm gonna reiterate what he said. I live right beside the property, and it floods every rain we get. You've seen the pictures of it, and I'm just worried about the environmental, the septic tanks. I already have problems myself having to pump every time it rains. My well, I've had water filtration system put in because of the water table being so high, with everything that's in it. And I'm afraid we rezone it and put all them homes, the 3 homes in there, my property's gonna flood worse than it already does. And then I'll be living in the same situation that this property does all the time, and that's full of water when it rains. And I'm just hoping that we can get the water issue fixed before anything is rezoned. I think it needs to stay agriculture myself, because all the decades of it being flooded, you know, because that's the only pipe that runs under Rambo Road is right there. I'm just hoping that we can stop it until we can get the water issue fixed, because I don't want to be underwater. I'm already spending a fortune that I wasn't planning on at my home already to try to get rid of the water. And I want to appreciate all of you. I want to thank all of you and you for coming out, Mr. Roddy, and talking with us. Y'all have a good night.
Thank you, sir. Peggy Upchurch.
Hey, everybody. First of all, I'm Peggy Upchurch, 14 Sunrise Point Court, Lake Wiley, and I want to thank each of you. I checked this population of York County, 295,000. And 42,000 per district, divided equally. Y'all take care of a lot of people, and hats off to you. It is truly a perfect service. And no, Tommy, I would not have your job. Don't want your seat. But I was on the county council from 1985 to 1995. Our council was the one that put in countywide zoning. All across the state, council chambers, association of councils said it cannot be done. We haven't done it in Charleston. It hadn't happened in Greenville, Spartanburg. We're just playing around the edges. Can't be done. York County did it. We were the first county in the state of South Carolina that did countywide zoning and comprehensive land use plan. We did that. We were able to do that only because of the 7 council members and the great staff that we had, worked together, respected each other, trusted each other to know what was good for their individual districts. John Douglas would say, no, we cannot have that in my district. My people won't accept it. Murray White would say, we need this in Fort Mill because we're growing so rapidly. Please add this to it. John Douglas, nah. Murray White, yes. Caldwell Barron, living mostly Rock Hill. So that's not my concern. Whatever's good for you is good for us. I'll leave it up to you, to the others. So, again, it was only because of the mutual trust and respect we had in each other to deliver what their individual constituents and individual districts wanted and needed. So we passed countywide zoning, and we were pretty proud of that. And by the way, as an aside, we were also the council that put in the Lake Wiley Marine Commission.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Am I on the 2-minute?
That's 2 minutes.
Oh, I should have waited. Can
You
I
can come back.
You can
come
speak at the
back?
public hearing.
You can come back.
Eric Carpenter. And I'll just say this once again for those folks. You're more than welcome to spend 2 minutes. I have to cut you off. If you're here for the public hearing, you can wait until then, and then you aren't interrupted.
Thank you. Eric Carpenter, 2310 Branch Hill Lane. I live in the Landing in Lake Wiley. Our neighborhood lies within the Lake Wiley overlay area. Within 1 mile of my home, there are 4 storage facilities, 3 car washes, 3 gas stations, 6 auto parts, oil change businesses, 8 fast food restaurants with drive-through windows, and 15 restaurants. We are not an underserved community by any of the businesses impacted by the Lake Wiley overlay. The Lake Wiley overlay was designed to prevent this type of oversaturation, and in my opinion, works well. It's disheartening to see the council considering modifying or doing away with the overlay so soon after it was implemented in February of 2022. In fact, I would say the haphazard reconsideration of this zoning presents a classic example of why citizens lose faith in their elected officials. The overlay was adopted after significant review and opportunity for public comment. Now it seems people with a financial interest in weakening that zoning are getting influence with the council against the wishes of the people who live in this overlay. I would strongly encourage you to maintain the Lake Wiley overlay as is. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If we can, out of respect, folks, I know that we have a lot of folks here, but out of respect for all of the speakers so that we can move forward, if y'all will be mindful of that. We have Caleb Staudifer Jr. Sorry, Standifer. Okay, wait till the public hearing. Lacey Lane.
Good evening. My name is Lacey Lane of Fort Mill, South Carolina. I'm a parent of 2 children, a school counselor of 15 years, and a York County Library patron. I'm going to start with a brief recap. In the spring of 2023, a council member shared unsubstantiated claims of constituent outrage about pornography in our libraries over the course of a few council meetings. Then the council decided to reduce the library board of trustees from 7 to 10 members, as well as align the members with the districts that, at the time, had been rezoned for quite a while. This intentional reshaping of the library board allowed the council to appoint 3 new members. Over the summer, 6 out of our 7 council members attended a York County GOP meeting and discussed council business, including the makeup of our library board of trustees, which is not permissible as they met quorum. At this meeting, a council member boldly stated that he already knows who he will replace the current library board of trustees chair with, and how that person has a conservative agenda, which was especially curious since her position doesn't become open until June of this spring, and the application period is not even open yet. This council, which claims to have no decision-making power over our libraries, seems to be doing everything in their power to influence our library board of trustees member makeup to align with an extremist agenda. So now that we're caught up, I want to share what I and many others that have been following along with this saga have observed since then. To start, the 3 new appointees were fairly quiet. They did not come in ranting and raving about pornography in the libraries, which was a pleasant surprise. However, they have since found their voice. At the February 13th Library Board of Trustees meeting, we had over 25 library-supporting community members there to bear witness to the library's budget proposal. While there were other items on the agenda, the board was not able to get to them all, including their executive session and training due to the incessant questioning of every line item by the multimillionaire board member appointed by my District 7 council representative. It was evident by the line of questioning that he is incredibly unaware about the function of public libraries within a community. He and another handpicked board member questioned the necessity of mobile hotspots, which they have done at several meetings now, which is a service that costs our libraries nothing to run, which shows how out of touch they are to the diversity of needs across York County. He suggested that everyone has an $800 cell phone. All cell phones connect to satellites to receive internet, so why should libraries provide hotspots and internet? I wish I was making that sentence up with all its judgment and inaccuracies, but there were a lot of statements and questions made at that meeting that were just like it. It was disappointing but not surprising that our new board members are not familiar with even the most basic functions of library programming and services. After all, they were appointed by this council. Please remember, is this 0-0 for mine,
Yep.
or do we forget to reset?
I don't know. Did you start her over? I'm sorry. 2 minutes is up.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Well, just please remember that you guys represent everybody, and our board should not have people
Ma'am,
that are there
thank
to
you.
carry agendas.
Thank
They
you
should
very
serve our
much.
community. You're still up.
All right. Tinley Middleton.
Good evening. My name is Tenley Middleton. I live in Fort Mill. I'm a wife, a mother, and a librarian. I've lived in York County for 22 years, almost my entire adult life. I'm here to keep tabs on our elected officials. So far, we have video of them violating quorum rules, video of them campaigning from church pulpits, and emails where they threaten to defund libraries due to LGBTQIA materials. I'm curious what else is out there. Now we have library board members that are questioning the need for internet, hotspots, ebooks, and audiobooks. There has also been discussion about which community members are allowed to use library services. Public libraries are important for our community. We should be looking for ways to improve our libraries and library access, not gatekeeping which citizens are worthy of services. Why would we want to limit anyone's ability to be a lifelong learner?
Thank you, ma'am. I appear to have lost my computer access. I think it's me, and I kicked something so I can't see the screen. If we can get somebody to help me fix that. If we have something that we need to see on the screen. So that concludes our public forum session. There were a number of folks' names that were scratched out, not by me, by someone else. So if someone thought they were signed up for the 2 minutes and did not get a chance to speak, if you'll raise your hand and let me know who you are. If not, we'll move forward. All right, thank you. Do we have a motion on consent agenda?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second on consent agenda. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, consent agenda is approved. We move now to our first and I believe only public hearing tonight. No, we have two. Council to hold a public hearing and consider first reading of an ordinance to amend Chapter 155 zoning code to modify separation requirements for certain uses in the Lake Wiley zoning overlay, to provide for a public hearing and to provide for other matters relating thereto. Mr. Buono.
Yes, ma'am. So this ordinance, it really has 5 minor changes to the provisions here regarding use separation in the Lake Wiley overlay. So here's the text, and the items in blue are those amendments in the proposed changes. So the first change would be to the definition that appears in 1A. That's really a de minimis change. It's more of a clarification. All of those uses are captured in that one defined term already in the zoning ordinance. The second change would be to apply the separation only to the location of new uses. The current regulation affects all existing uses, so to the extent that there are existing locations that are within the 660 feet separation, they are today non-conforming uses and cannot be expanded. Number 3 would be to apply the separation only from one of the affected uses on this list to the same use on this list. Right now, the ordinance has it such that any of these uses must be separated from all the other uses on the list by 660 feet. The fourth change would be to increase the separation requirement to 1,000 feet. So that's the trade-off there that council had asked for at the workshop to consider as an option. Would be that if we're going to separate from use to same use, that the distance could therefore increase to 1,000 feet. And the fifth change would be to waive that separation entirely if the use is located either on the same exact lot or on an adjacent lot with a cross-access easement. And I have a couple of slides to help explain these in more visual terms. So I picked an area in Lake Wiley that had a vacant parcel on it. This is on a stretch of Charlotte Highway. I've put some of the businesses here, so you can see there's a couple of early childhood schools, CVS, U-Haul, a gas station, some other businesses there. Not all of them are affected by this ordinance, so I've really left the 2 that are applicable to the code provision here. So there's an Exxon gas station and a 7-Eleven that has a car wash on that intersection there. And there's an Express Oil Change and Tire Engineers immediately adjacent to that. So those would be affected by these code provisions. So the highlighted parcel in red being the vacant one. So if you were to propose to do a development there, I've shown the distance from the exterior of the building of the Express Oil Change to about 660 feet on that lot. So any of those 5 uses could not be developed on that lot up to about the point where that arrow ends. Now, you could use the eastern extent of that property to have any of those uses listed there. So I think this demonstrates 2 things, that if the intent of the legislation is to separate uses to a meaningful degree, 660 feet really isn't all that far. And it also demonstrates that there is some existing ability, even with the 660-foot separation, even on this parcel, to still have one of those uses. You just can't use the entirety of the property for that use. So that's the current code. So what the amendment looks at is separating each of those uses from the same use type. So now, instead of one measurement of 660 feet from the closest of any of those uses that appear on the list, now we look at each one individually in the amendment. So separating the gas station, that's the purple line, that's about 1,000 feet. So that would essentially eliminate gas stations from that parcel altogether, given the location of the Exxon there. The blue is the car wash at the 7-Eleven at the rear of that parcel. So that takes you pretty good into that site, but perhaps there's some potential to locate a car wash on the back of this development parcel, similar to how it's situated on the 7-Eleven parcel today. The
kind of brownish tan line there is the auto repair, and you can see that exceeds past the extent of the parcel. So you could not have an auto repair on this parcel with the amendment. What you could have on the amendment anywhere on the site would be a drive-through restaurant or self-storage. So the other angle of this is the adjacency component. So pretend for a moment that on either side of this vacant parcel there is a fast food with a drive-through window in it on either side. Now in the current code, you could not locate another fast food restaurant on this development site, but with the amendment, if you had a cross-access easement so that you have trips that are going in between sites without having to go back onto Charlotte Highway first, then you could locate another drive-through restaurant on this parcel. And that covers all the amendment changes.
Thank you, Jonathan. Any questions?
Yes. You wanna go? Jonathan, on the amendment site where you're showing that that could not be, no, I think the other slide, the second slide, that slide. So the one that was showing the McDonald's and the Taco Bell. So on that site, that center site could be a car wash, storage units, or an oil change place. Is that correct?
Well, I tried to illustrate a different point with this slide because
but in this example, because this example does exist, that could be storage units or a car wash or an oil change place. Is that right?
So you have to keep in mind the context of the other development. So say, for example, that there were car washes on either side of it, and you wanted to put a car wash on the middle parcel, then yes, you could do that via the amendment. But if you're talking about having the drive-throughs on either side, and if the question is, can this parcel be a car wash? Well, it would still have to meet that blue line. So it would have to be further away than that blue line where the car wash is. You could not have a gas station on this site or an auto repair on this site because of the existing uses that are at that intersection.
So go back to the picture of the two restaurants again, please.
Mm-hmm.
I think the point that I'm trying to get an answer to ahead of a motion tonight is the issue is not an individual location and what that location can be. It's the issue of having multiples of all of these uses. That's the problem, and that's how the original ordinance is written. So I think that's that was taken away from the public input meetings. So what is the reason for the change from what you originally proposed?
So the reason for the change is that the council wanted an ordinance to consider potential changes, and there was interest in what we discussed at the workshop. We characterized, I had laid out several options for the council to consider. There were 4 of them, and the council was interested in a blend of option 1 and 4. So that's what's represented in the amendments here.
So how do we? One of the issues was creating non-conforming uses by limiting. So give us an example of what a non-conforming use would be, please.
Yes. So if you have, let me go back to these. So where you have the Exxon and the 7-Eleven and the Express Oil Change. Because those parcels are directly adjacent, all 3 of those uses are non-conforming today because they are directly adjacent and therefore not 660 feet separated from each other. So if the Express Oil Change wanted to build an additional bay to their building, for example, they could not do that because they are a non-conforming use and therefore cannot be expanded.
So I'm just trying to first of all, have everybody in the audience understand where we are. But the other part of this is that non-conforming because it's already existing. So I think when I look at this, I look at going forward. There's not anything that we can do about a business that is existing. I mean, if we've got 4 oil change places all in a little cluster. So there's nothing that we can go back and do to correct that. So what can we do to keep those from being called non-conforming uses, and what is the issue with a non-conforming use?
Yeah, so if you look at the text here, under 2, when it starts that paragraph, when establishing a new use, that's the language that's added there that would eliminate the creation of new nonconformities. So when you have a nonconforming use, it's legally allowed to remain in perpetuity because it pre-existed a code change. It just can't be modified going forward. They have to kind of remain in stasis, for lack of a better term. So if this phrase is adopted when establishing a new use as a change to the text, then those properties, those pre-existing uses would no longer be non-conforming, and they would be allowed to expand on their own property as they propose.
So a good example of this would be Lanier Scrub and Scoot, where that was a car wash, and as those of you from Lake Wiley maybe know, that has been leveled, that's been taken out. So what you're saying is that that would be now a non-conforming use because it's across the street from Autoville. And so if they wanted to build something back there, because it's a non-conforming use, they wouldn't be able to build that. I mean, they are able to build that, so.
Yes,
but
they would be able
in
to.
that same footprint?
They would be able to, they can't expand it, so as long as they are upfitting interior or they are doing a tear down and a replacement within the existing footprint, they can do that, they just can't expand beyond it.
Okay, so we have 2 instances of that. We have the, obviously we have the Lanier Scrub and Scoot, and then we have the car wash that used to be down beside Public Storage. And those are both under construction. Those are both being redeveloped at this point. So is there a combination of things that would address the non-conforming use? And I understand by saying that for new uses, which that makes sense. I mean, because we're all talking about new uses. We're not trying to go backwards. So new uses, is there a combination of what has been proposed here that would allow us the 1,000 feet, the new uses, but keep these businesses, these 5 businesses to these 5 businesses, or 4 to 4 if we eliminated drive-through windows from the limitation?
Yeah, it's all open to amendment. So it's whatever the preferred direction of council and a corresponding motion would be. If you wanted to capture any of the components, I've laid out kind of the 5 on your agenda list of the individual changes. And if you articulated in a motion which you'd like to keep and which you would like to have it remain the existing text, I can take that direction and bring that forward for a second reading.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Wright.
Can you go back to the slide that shows the examples with the restaurants? So as is written right now, Taco Bell could not locate there.
Correct.
And as is written right now, a gas station or oil change or car wash couldn't locate there. Because I think that line showed it had to be more to the back corner.
Correct. It would have to be beyond that tannish line there.
So by ordinance, we're saying it doesn't make sense to put a Taco Bell there next to any other restaurant. So I don't like that idea to say that one couldn't go there. I understand the overlay was put in to not have so many overlapping businesses. Could a storage unit go there? Which wouldn't make any sense at all, to have a storage unit facility in between 2 restaurants. But could a storage unit go on that location, since there's not one close by of 600 or 1,000 feet?
Yeah, if we're talking about the amendment, are you asking about the amendment?
Either one, 660?
Okay. Yeah. So here's the 660. So you could not have a self-storage anywhere in the radius of 660 feet. So it would have to be beyond that tan arrow. So you could have it on the site, but it'd have to be on a portion of the site. It couldn't be any closer. That's the current code. In the amendment, you see I've got the box there where it's got drive-through restaurant self-storage. By the amendment, you could have both of those uses anywhere on the site.
So what prompted the idea of going from 660 to 1,000? Where did this come from?
That was one of the options laid out for council to consider at the workshop, and I believe it was November. So there are many different ways to try to regulate the overconcentration of certain uses. So that was kind of the context behind the addition of this provision into the code was as feedback from community input for the Lake Wiley Small Area Plan. When the code revisions were adopted, they're seeking to implement as much of the county's comprehensive plan as they can into the zoning code. That's the plan precedes the code implements the plan. And so that's how the provision got added to try to separate those uses. And so when we came up for adoption options for council to consider, I think the input that we received from council was there wasn't any interest in getting rid of it altogether. I think we heard that across the board from council, but council wanted options on what could be tweaked about the language to make it better. So we presented 4 different options, and some of them included allowing adjacency exclusively, and some of it included having just one use to the same use, and then there are a couple that were a blend. So we're going to change the distance from 660 to 1,000, but allow it to be from one use to one other specific use instead of one use to all 5 uses. So that's how it came to be.
And I know we got a public hearing on this, and this is just the first reading, but just looking at 6 car washes, 10 auto parts facilities, my question even to Councilmember Love before tonight's meeting was that if we don't want more of the same type businesses flooding this overlay or small area plan, would it work better if you put a moratorium on things that you didn't want? What would staff say to that? I didn't mean to.
I think moratorium is a term of art. So if you're talking a prohibition, that's one thing. If you're talking about a moratorium, that's a defined period.
Yeah.
And they're in order to survive legal challenge, a moratorium on the back end has to have some plan of implementation. There has to be sort of just a justification, a reason to have the moratorium in place. Otherwise, you're taking away property owners' development rights. So there was originally a moratorium put in place in the Lake Wiley overlay specifically for certain types of development while the small area plan was being done, and then once that was adopted, the moratorium was lifted. So something similar could be done if council was interested in taking more time to analyze this particular issue, to put a moratorium in place for those uses, with the understanding that there's going to be some resulting changes at the end of that moratorium.
So before tonight, well, going forward, I would like, for my sake, for staff to look at doing an 18-month to 24-month moratorium on it's car washes and auto parts, since that seems to be the bulk of
And
the
storage units.
what's that?
Storage units, that's not on the
Okay.
page.
So I'll work with Councilmember Love to come up with some of the things that's being flooded in the area and give the staff to see what could we do legally for 18 to 24-month moratorium on a couple different businesses to make sure we meet the legal challenge. And it may be something that doesn't even go through, but at least we'll know the legal ramifications of what we're considering. And if it's something that we can't consider, then it's probably time well spent. But at least I think that would probably work better than the separations, because obviously I'm of the belief that if I looked at this piece of property and my homework tells me it's good for me to put a business there, my research has proved it's good to put a business there. If I'm willing to take a chance to invest my money, I probably should be allowed to do it. But if it's a moratorium on things that's already flooding the area, and I think we're not talking about a 15, 20-mile stretch, we're only talking about, 5 or 6 miles? That should be something that we should be given to consider.
So for purposes of clarification, I guess we'll get legal on that. We can't consider a moratorium tonight. That would need to
No.
be something that would need to be repealed. I mean, would have to be completely separate.
The
Is that
item on the
correct?
agenda is simply the approval of the first reading of the ordinance, so moratorium's not before council.
Okay.
So
Do we have any more questions
Yeah,
for
I got-
staff?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I have so many questions. But, so I've given each of y'all an updated list of the number of uses, and, storage units was not on that former page that was handed out to you from someone in the audience. But there are 10 storage facilities in that, so that is definitely a category that's a problem. One thing that, Jonathan, that I don't know if you have, is the overall view from the Buster Boyd Bridge to
I do
Walmart
not.
to 5 Points. Because it's very different when you look at a snapshot like this, showing one business and one parcel and say, okay, this can be 2 different types of businesses. But it's extremely different, frankly, when you look at the whole picture and you see that there are very few parcels that are open like this. You maybe had to look a little bit to find these, because there are not very many parcels that are still available. These 2 just happen to be across the street from each other, right there near River Hills Church. But when you look at the overall umbrella view of this, and you see within a 5-mile distance that there are 29 locations, I mean, that's a map that, I think that's a map that council needs to see, because those businesses have crowded out the other opportunities. And so it's important that council not, to me, it's important that council not look at this and go, well, this makes sense that, we're looking at a McDonald's and we're looking at a Zaxby's, and it makes sense to put another fast food place in there, which, fast food places is the one thing I think we could concede on, so I don't really have a problem with that. But you look at that and you go, well, it makes sense to have them here, but we're not Independence Boulevard and we're not car dealerships. So when you take the overall look from the Buster Boyd Bridge down 49, make a left on 274 and drive down to 5 Points, it's shocking to see all of these businesses in a 4.5 to 5 mile little range. So that's a map that I would love to see going forward. I'd love to have that. But that's all my questions.
So,
Go ahead, Tom.
okay. So quick question on the non-conforming piece of this in regards to the existing businesses. As part of your amendment, that would then basically grandfather them from being out of compliance, correct? I just want to understand, because that piece of that amendment is really important to existing businesses.
Right, and so when you apply the term grandfather, when I say non-conforming, those are equivocal terms. So those properties are grandfathered today from the code distance restrictions. By the amendment applying only to new properties, they're not grandfathered, they're not even affected.
Okay, gotcha.
Do you have any questions, Mr. Atkins?
Yeah, my question is, and it's to Allison or Jonathan, either one. When you back up to the red light, going back down toward 5 Points 274, with all the other houses, though, that are scheduled to be coming in there, not by your choice, I know it's done. If you don't put something down toward 5 Points or on down 274, those people that move in there, they're just going to cluster up 49 there worse, because that's going to be the closest gas station and whatnot.
So can I answer that?
I think we really ought to ask staff, but if you
Okay.
pointed to you, we
Okay.
need to do.
Okay. So that is the developer's argument on this, the guy who wants to put the car wash down by 7-Eleven. But here's the point that I would make. If this were a 10-mile stretch, or if this were Highway 160 in Fort Mill and you've got, a longer distance, then the people who live in 5 Points, if that were longer than 2 miles, it's 2 miles. If that were longer, then I would say, you know what, it's going to take those people, a long time to get to that car wash, and that's on 49. And they're going to bog down the traffic when they get there. That is not the case in this case. I understand exactly the concept that he has tried to make, but when you talk about these uses, you've got a car wash, you've got oil change places that are ultimately, they're empty. There's nobody in those bays. So it's not like there are a lot of people at those uses that are bogging down traffic. If you filled up every bay there in the oil change places, you're only talking about 10 or 15 cars. So that's not adding to the traffic issue.
But how are they staying in business if
They're
they
not.
ain't got any?
They're not. And you'll hear that from the audience. They're not staying in business. So they're struggling. They're struggling because there's so many of them.
My only thing and my concern, and which I'm sort of like what Bump said, I don't want to take people's property rights away. I mean, it just troubles me that we're sitting here when the markets, the consumer should tell whether a business is able to function and extend on life instead of us.
Well, let's hear from the people.
Well, we need to finish asking, does anybody else have any questions? I have a couple. Does anybody else have any questions for staff before we open public hearing?
So, yeah, I do have one more, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, so looking at this design, I mean, again, when we look at free market, we look at competition between that to keep prices low, you know, which is key for the marketplace. Do you feel like your amendment would still allow that, but still, you know, support what is trying to be, is being accomplished in Lake Wiley? So you feel it's a balance, so you feel we still are going to see free market from within that?
Yeah, I think with this, there's a policy trade-off. And I do want to state that staff doesn't have a recommendation on which direction council should go on this. It's a policy preference of the council. We've provided some options. But the trade-off here is the Lake Wiley community, via their community input, has stated that they would rather not be the drive-through destination coming to and from Charlotte. So to the extent that all that's available in that area is something that requires you to get in your car, get out quickly and get back in and get back onto the road network, that's a lot of what that concentration of uses is in that area. And I think the community has expressed an interest in there being some other options instead of other options being crowded out by the ease of the transportation corridor and the uses that we're talking about here. But on the flip side, of course, you know, anything that has government regulation, there's a market consideration. There's a market component. So, you know, where a developer might look at a farm and say, well, I can put 500 homes on there. Is that in the best interest of their pro forma? Yes. Is that in the best interest of the county? Maybe not. So the same thing applies for commercial industry. You know, it's up to council to decide to weigh those pros and cons and those economic trade-offs.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that.
I do have a couple of questions. Were you able to find out how many vacant lots exist on 49 that could allow something new, any of those uses?
No, we spoke earlier today, and I was bogged down all day. I was not able to find that number for you, but I will.
Okay. Is it a lot?
I suspect it is not a lot.
It's not. So I've gotten some questions from folks in the community. I want to clarify. The first time that this appeared anywhere in the code, the 660 issue, was with the recode in November of 2022.
It was adopted in February of 22, effective March of 22.
Okay. The book that I have here says that it was amended November 7th, 2022. So I don't know. Either way, it was 2022. I do want to ask a question, because when you showed me the one where the Taco Bell is, are you saying that the amendment to that the amendments that y'all have proposed would allow the Taco Bell to go between the McDonald's and Zaxby's?
Yeah, so the amendment is a blend of the options that council expressed interest in at the workshop. So this would, by the current code, you could not locate a fast food.
The existing one, you
Correct.
couldn't put Taco Bell there.
You could not in the existing code.
But in what you've proposed, you can put Taco Bell there?
As long as you have a cross-access easement.
And that's so that they all use the same entrance?
Yes, so you're having some efficiency there. So the intent there is so that it doesn't become another 160, where every single property has a curb cut or several, and all those movements become dangerous. So you improve that interior circulation so that the highway functions a little bit better.
So which one of those amendments would allow that to happen, so that to allow the, as I understand it, the drive-through?
Yeah, as I've
Restaurant.
outlined it for you, that would be number 5 on your
So
list.
number 5 is that one. And I do think it's important from non-conforming. When this was passed in 2022, it effectively rendered any existing car wash that has a gas station beside it non-conforming. That's an example. So do we have a good bit of non-conforming uses currently?
Yes.
And so in order to fix that, people that have been operating their business for years and years and years, they effectively would not be able to, if they wanted to move and make it nicer, or move the pumps over a lot of these vacuum stations. If they wanted to change their layout or upgrade it, they would not be able to do that now under the existing ordinance.
They would be limited in how they could do that. So they could do it within their existing footprint, but they could not extend outside of that to the degree that it made that separation worse. So let's say they were within 500 feet of another business in one direction, but the other direction they didn't have any separation issues. They could expand the other direction, but not the direction of the separation.
When I rode by, and I've done a good bit of homework trying to take a look at it, there were at least 3 of the gas stations that had the car wash beside them. That would be non-conforming no matter what.
Yes.
So they wouldn't be able to fix it or make it better or add on to it. We basically, that's one of the things that needs to be fixed in the ordinance that you've proposed. Okay. Those are all the questions I have. Do you have any other questions?
I'm just gonna say, thank goodness we've already got a Taco Bell.
At this point, we're going to open up the public hearing. If there is anyone here who wishes to speak against this ordinance, if you'll come forward and give your name and address before you start speaking.
So Christy, can you clarify, are we speaking for or against the new proposed ordinance?
What is currently on the table for council to consider is the proposed amendment that was presented by staff. So if you're opposed to this, if you'll come forward and state your name.
My name is Margaret Blackwell. I live at 5430 Baker Lane. And let me say first that there's a horrible mistake on the slide you have up there. There's a self-storage unit right there by Express Lube. So you could not put self-storage across the street in this example. So I just thought I'd let you know that the map you're looking at is not accurate. I moved to Lake Wiley in 2001 when Highway 49 was a 2-lane road until you crossed into South Carolina. And then you arrived in heaven because we had a 5-lane road that went all of 4.5 miles. By 2003, I became concerned about the growth that was coming as the bridge and Highway 49 in North Carolina were both being widened to 4 lanes. At that time, I started attending county meetings and workshops to hear the county plans on what they were going to do to control growth. The first meetings I went to were the community meetings held by Planning and Development. Supposedly, the purpose of these meetings was to get community input. At that time, they used the really big tablets. You know, you've seen them all. That was the rage for a while. And you would write down the comments of everybody. I literally had Planning and Commission refuse to write down my comments. They would not write down anything that didn't go along with what they wanted on the sheets. But I did not let that stop me. As you know, I've continued. And I continued to go and speak at the county meetings, and for many years, all of those concerns fell on deaf ears. I watched development after development approved, and none met the specifications of what Lake Wiley residents said we wanted in our community. Finally, in February of 2022, the York County Council unanimously passed a recode of county zoning ordinances. Gas stations, car washes, oil change places, car parts places, storage units, and fast food restaurants could not be within 660 feet of each other. Thankfully, once that was done, then there was some relief to Lake Wiley. But in the meantime, 4 more of these businesses had come to our area. Tonight, we're focusing on a 4-mile stretch of Highways 49 and 274. You've heard the numbers. We have at least 29 of these businesses in that short stretch of road. Jiffy Lube and Valvoline are the 2 latest businesses to come to Lake Wiley. Jiffy Lube has an employee who stands in the parking lot behind the store with a sign waving for people to come in. Valvoline usually has 3 people who are out there waving signs, inviting people to come in. And most of the time, their bays are empty. We don't need any more of these businesses. We've heard we need a consultant to look at this and make recommendations. We've done that. But this is not necessary to get a consultant. Just listen to what the District 2 residents say in survey after survey what they want. We've heard that more of these businesses off Highway 49 will alleviate traffic. Nothing is going to alleviate the traffic in Lake Wiley because of everything that's been planned already, except blowing up the Buster Boyd Bridge or imploding it. That's about the only thing that's going to help us. If you live in Rock Hill, you have 5 or 6 places. If there's a problem, you can get off the interstate. You can start at Gold Hill Road. You can go the back way. You can go all the way down to Dave Lyle. There are ways you can go. There is one way to get in Lake Wiley, and that's to cross the Buster Boyd Bridge. I have been in Rock Hill when there was a wreck on the Buster Boyd Bridge, and I was backed up on Mount Gallant to Celanese Road. There is no way to get into Lake Wiley when Celanese Road and Mount Gallant's backed up that far. Every house that comes in, every new house, and Tommy, you mentioned how many more are coming in, every new house that comes in adds at least 2 more cars. I can hardly get turned left on Bonham Road now, and by the way, we'll never have a traffic light, I'm told. It's horrible to get in and out. I do like the 1,000-foot separation in this ordinance, but I don't like that the businesses can be clustered together. We don't need to have more of these. We need to have them stretched apart. As I said earlier, and everybody else has said, we don't need any more oil change, storage units, car washes, or gas stations in Lake Wiley. The 660-foot separation between duplicate businesses is a must for Lake Wiley, and I urge you to vote no on this current resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. If you'll just please come up forward. If we can have folks just, are you going to
I have a letter from Kristen Frazier. Is it possible for me to read that?
If you want to email it to us, the council's gotten.
It's real short.
I'll email it to you. Can I not read it
Sure,
here?
go ahead.
Okay, and I will email it to you. It's from Chris Frazier, 689 Sandbar Point, Lake Wiley, South Carolina. She said, I'm opposed to the ordinance to amend the Lake Wiley zoning overlay separation requirements. The issue has not been on any of the Planning Commission agendas during the past 15 months. There has been no discussion by Planning Commission on this topic. There is no proposal from the Planning Commission to Council to discuss in open chambers. Oops, I lost my place. Open chambers before this came up, but let me get back to my letter. Okay, she said, there is no proposal from the Planning Commission for council discussion open chambers in front of the residents, typically done at first reading. This public hearing seems to be out of order of what our ordinances outlines as policy and procedure. There is no massive outpouring to remove the separation requirement. There is no will of the people in the Lake Wiley Overlay District to remove the separation requirement. Again, I'm opposed to any action to diminish or remove the separation requirement in the Lake Wiley Overlay. Sincerely, Chris Frazier. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Appreciate your attention.
Look, I think we've established that most of y'all are here for the same reason. If we can just make sure we get aligned so that we can move through the comments. Thank you, sir.
Caleb Standifer. I live at 158 Evening Shadow Road in Lake Wiley. I live off of Lake Wiley Road, which is just off of 5 Points, which has 2 gas stations, a car wash, a convenience store, proposed another grocery store, a storage unit. We're served very well there. But I think what the ordinance does, the current ordinance does, it offers the opportunity for the people of Lake Wiley to have more businesses that help our community, where we can get together and meet and have coffee and talk and eat, and our families get together in a public space. I'll give you an example. In Cumming, Georgia, there's a place called Vickery Village. where there's a meeting area to have concerts and people, and there's ice cream shops and stores and service businesses. It's a great meeting place. We need something like that in Lake Wiley, and I believe that's what my young sons and grandchildren would love, and other people would love. We need to make room for that. Don't crowd it out with these other businesses we have enough of. So my view is, if anything, put the 1,000 feet in place and don't change anything about the restrictions on the businesses.
Hi there. Mary Williams. I live in the Lake Wiley area that is being discussed. It's not my first time here. I'm concerned as to what the driver is that we are here to discuss repealing or revising a plan that Mr. Bono's group and that members of this council, Ms. Cox, you, Ms. Love, you, and Mr. Roddy, all voted for and approved. Why are we talking about this again now? Some person, some developer wants to build a car wash wrapping around 7-Eleven, and he doesn't like this. It's against the rules you all put into place for us on our behalf, these requirements, so that this stuff wouldn't keep happening. Karen, can you bring up my first page? And I handed some documentations. Oh, that's my last page. That's my grand finale. But that's okay. I can deal with it. I'm not going to read all of this. This is an excerpt from the York County zoning pages. Mr. Bono, thank you for helping me find it. I'm going to read just a little bit of it. Don't worry. And it says, the purpose of the Lake Wiley overlay is to encourage high-quality development in ways not provided for in traditional regulations by addressing the unique character and environment of the Lake Wiley community. Now, Ms. Cox, Ms. Love, and Mr. Roddy have been listening to me for over a decade, me and many others in this room. And for over a decade, I don't know how many decades, there was unfettered growth. There was no one to protect the Lake Wiley overlay area from developers coming in and getting rubber stamped approval to rezone and build whatever the heck they wanted. And now we have a disaster. And you can hear it already just on Highway 49. We're not even going to talk about all of the additional growth developments that are on their way. But you all, Ms. Cox, Ms. Love, Mr. Roddy, and if you go to the next page, one more page. There it is. Michael Johnson, Allison Love, Robert Winkler, Bump Roddy, Christy Cox, Dr. Britt Blackwell, and Joel Hamilton. They voted to approve this in 2022. And that's one of the reasons was to shut us up. And you know what? You did. I haven't been here in a long time. It worked because you all, what this plan is that you've been putting into place, the moratorium that you put in place while you worked on the 18 months. Is that right, Mr. Bono? The 18 months? Doing the surveys, coming out to our community, going to the Clover CSD YMCA, giving the residents a choice and a voice. You also came back again with your staff and your consultants to Journey Church, and along with options that you gave to the residents, and we got to vote on. We got to say, yeah, this is what we want, and no, this is what we don't want. And guess what? The results are, now can you go back one other page, go back the page? I'm gonna read what's in bold. The results are to limit land uses, automobile, truck, recreational, vehicle, boat and marine, and motorcycle and ATV service repair and customization facilities, car washes and detail shops, gasoline sales, restaurants or other prepared food establishments with drive-through or drive-in facilities, and for goodness sakes, self-storage facilities. one of which was missing on Mr. Buono's map that he showed earlier. And right across from Zaxby's, where he showed the potential Zaxby's, a U-Haul storage facility has gone in there. I don't know how that happened. Did it happen before your ordinance was put into place? The overlay ordinance was put in place? Because it's being built now. So how in the world did it get through? So what I'm trying to say is the overlay, the special area plan was not just a bunch of people sitting in a closed room. It was, and can you go forward one more? It was professionals. It was the Planning Commission. Look out there. It's the York County Planning Commission. It was York County staff. I have no idea how many hours, man hours, those people, and research hours those people put in to coming up with this plan. And not only was it them, there are the hired consultants that were hired. I have no idea. Mr. Bono, do you have any idea how many tax dollars were spent on coming up with this wonderful plan?
I do not, but it's a lot.
$500,000?
I wouldn't even begin to guess.
Okay. Well, I'll bet it's close to $500,000. And now someone comes along and wants to throw out the baby with the bathwater because he wants a car wash wrapped around 7-Eleven. He doesn't like the rule. And why are we talking about this? Why does he have this voice? It's wrong. It's wrong. So now, when I was here last, we were talking about Highway 557. I shed my tears as I drove by the pond where the bulldozer was tearing down the wall and the water was spilling out down the hill. I cried with the pond. But you know what you guys said to them? You know what you said to Mr. Hamilton? Well, County Council has already proved this, so we're just going to go ahead and move forward with it. Now tonight, County Council has already proved this in 2022, and yet it's all open for discussion. I say baloney. You guys need to stick to your guns. You can't have it both ways. If you want to go ahead and show me the last one, and you want to see what real development and real growth is like, everybody in here recognizes the goat farm, 6.7 acres on 274. And guess what? Look what it says. I took this specifically out of the small area development plan. This was in the deck of 66 pages. It says in there, rural land along Highway 274 surrounded by residential subdivisions that is likely to transition to more intense use. And guess what? We own it now. It is preserved for all posterity. It belongs to the people in this room. And thank you, Ms. Love, for leading that bandwagon, and all of you, and I know that any of you who helped in getting that ordinance passed and then voted on. Over 67% of the residents of Lake Wylie voted on our green space and their beautiful, wonderful properties. And in closing, I want to thank you, Mr. Buono, for being so transparent. That's a trendy word these days. You've been very helpful in helping me find the research that I needed to have in order to present to this county council. Some of them have not been around as long, and they do not know the history and have not felt our pain. Ms. Cox, Ms. Love, Ms. Roddy, you have felt our pain, and you did something about it, and thank you. And I also want to add one more thanks to Catherine Jones. I met with her and her new board of directors, and she is taking our new properties that we own now, saved for all time, preserved for all time for community use. It's a whole new, hopeful progress and future for Lake Wylie. taken us, if we go backwards in our proposal on the Lake Wiley overlay, well, I just don't see the reason. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Please feel free to come forward.
Good evening. Thank you for letting us speak. My name is Annette Eloise. I live at 110 Faulkner Street in Clover, South Carolina. I'm here tonight because I would like to keep what we already have in place. I have taken off of responsibilities from different things to attend all those meetings that you had put on. We had spoke, I did my due diligence. I went to all these meetings. It wasn't that people didn't know. I know one developer that I'm actually friends with, and he says he's not aware of what was going on, but I know full well he did know what was going on, because he was in the loop on everything. I feel that we have enough storage units, we have enough gas stations, and everything that was on that list. We don't have much room left, and when you say it's the traffic and stuff, well, there should be something against schools be putting on major highways as well, okay? Because you want to talk about a problem when the school opens over there, that's going to be a major problem. So if you want to talk about traffic, talk about that amongst yourself, and do an ordinance where no schools could be on major roads, okay? Because that is a major issue. I'm not against the schools, but that is a major issue, okay? But when you have one after another of these same types of businesses, there's no room for growth for other things. Now, some of the people in here may feel that you should let people do whatever they want, okay? But those same conservative Republicans that are complaining about that, that aren't complaining about that, are complaining about not having gay bars, not having drag shows and stuff like that in their town. Well, when you open something, guess what? You open it to everything. So I promise you, I will go to Gay Pride and I will ask them all to put something like that in our town on purpose. And I'm not a homosexual. I've been married for 32 years. But just to prove a point, okay, that if you are going to do what you're going to do, I will do the opposite to make sure, because what's good for the goose is good for the gander, okay? You don't want stuff in your libraries, okay? I don't care. It doesn't affect me whatsoever. I teach my child and children at home. I teach my niece and nephews at home. It's called education. You educate your child, you teach them at home. But guess what? I don't go and tear people down either, okay? I believe we all should come together. This will make us come together, and this green space as well. I'll be honest with you, I don't care if it's all weeds, as long as it's not homes, as long as it's not high-density subdivisions. We have enough. And again, you did vote for that. Tommy, I helped you in District 3, okay, to get you voted in. My friends that live there, because we had like-minded, all right? You went to one of those meetings I went to when they asked us what we want. You knew what was happening, so you can't say you didn't. And we were all on the same page. I'm saying that the people spoke, okay? The people were the ones to speak. Just like ignorance of the law is no excuse, well, guess what? You need to then tell people in your community, go to these council meetings, whether it's town, whether it's county, whatever. It's called education. You can't speak about something if you don't get educated. So I say we need to work together, okay? And if our council person is listening to the people, the majority of the people, and the people, 3,000 people came out, and they said, we don't want this, 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 and this. It should have went back to the planning board, not the council. Because that's how we do it in my small little town. Everything goes back to that, okay? And I don't know why that was even skipped. So, I mean, that's a major misjustice as well. That's all I have to say.
I'm Dorothy Johnson, 6400 Royal Pines Drive, Clover, South Carolina. I've been up here before. I'm here to speak for keeping the 660-foot rule in place. I believe it's very effective in limiting the types of businesses that we don't want affecting the landscape of our roads. The existing car washes, oil change places, storage units are sufficient for now and the future. I see many of them certainly not full to capacity and mostly empty at times. In fact, they're probably struggling. So give these existing places a chance to survive. I would welcome restaurants and shops, or as the previous speaker had said, a community meeting place. A Change.org petition started in September to repeal the 660 rule has garnered only 33 measly signatures. The originator is all in favor of developers. We, the people, do not want it repealed. Maybe, possibly increase it to 1,000. However, the removal of drive-through restrictions seems sensible. It certainly wouldn't affect aesthetics or add to traffic. So, thank you for your time. Oh, wait, hold on. Mr. Atkins, you had mentioned something about traffic coming up 274 for the car washes. There's no reason there can't be a car wash further down 274. There's plenty of land there.
Well, that was mine.
Okay, thank you.
How are you? I'm Ross Payne. I'm on Lake Wiley Road. I think it's very safe, very fair to say that the people around Lake Wiley are not happy with the development that we've had over the last decade, and the job that your commission and others have been doing has not really been appreciated. We want to change the direction of this. I really love the idea that Mr. Roddy brought up. Maybe instead of 600 feet or 1,000, maybe we need to look at a prohibition of any additional of these type businesses, because we, per capita, we have the highest amount of gasoline stations, storage units, et cetera, and we don't need to be known as the storage capital of the South. That's not what we want. That's not what you want as a York County Commissioner. But I think his idea of probably prohibiting this, you put a moratorium in place, Mr. Bono, you said that you got to have an idea of what you're going to do at the end of that and roll it into something. Okay, now you can do it. I think we say no. I think we don't need any more at all. And if you want to do this, it needs to move well far away from the Lake Wiley area. So, thank you.
Hello, I'm Jackie Heeline. I live off of Concord Road, and I'd like to thank the County Council and staff for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm not really sure why I'm standing up here at this moment, if I'm for or against. So I'm just going to make some of my points. As I walked in tonight, I was asked if I'm for more oil change places. And I had to stop and think for a minute, and I was like, no, I'm really not for more oil change places. But what I am for is choices and convenience. We're not only talking about oil change places here. As a property owner between the Lake Wiley area and the Rock Hill Newport area, I would like to have more amenities that are located closer in a clustered format. I don't want to see businesses scattered throughout that area that we're talking about at the 5 points. I'd like to see it clustered together so that we don't have businesses getting closer to our residential areas. I personally can't stand driving up through the Lake Wiley area and doing my shopping up there. It is a mess up there, but we've created the problem with so many residential places. We have to fix it. The people that are in our area should have choices to go to. We should have an area to go to that's clustered, that we can have those amenities. The 660 or 1,000 rule makes it so that businesses are spreading out and going into our residential areas. I also feel that this rule takes away property owners' rights. I feel that a property should be able to be sold for its best use. And this rule has the potential to take away that possibility from the property owners that are selling those properties. So I stand up here and I respectfully ask you that you turn down the new proposed changes and that you also would reconsider the first ordinance so that it is in the best interest of what the community needs. I believe that the intention is there, but I don't believe what we have right now is exactly what we need. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is John Segura. I live at 2490 Stewart Street in York, about as close as you can get to Lake Wylie. As many of you know, I have the honor of sitting in the seat that Mr. Roddy has today, at least once a month when he's not here, as the District 2 representative on the Planning Commission. I take that responsibility seriously, and for the record, I'm not here representing the Planning Commission. I'm here representing myself this evening. I have one question for tonight's discussion, and that is, how is it that the issue before council tonight has circumvented the standard process of Planning Commission review, vote, and then first reading? There may be a valid reason. I'm just bringing that up because I'd like to know at some point how the process becomes deviated. We have seen situations and requests both to Planning Commission and Council for specific variances. And rules, whether they be overlays or other ordinances, et cetera, are here for a reason. And we have quite a few examples where we may have a question such as, oh, I want to put a restaurant in this particular location, but it's restricted to 2,000 square feet, and I have 2,050 square feet in the proposed site. Well, that requires a rezoning. There isn't, it's black and white, there isn't an extended discussion about it, similar to wanting to put new non-conforming businesses like a liquor store or a gas station in areas that aren't zoned for them. So I ask that you take a look at these examples and what you have before you tonight. I know that there have been some deviations in the past in terms of process, but they're usually surrounding a time-sensitive issue. Whether it's Clover School District that needs a variance on something before they can construct or get their grading permit, or something similar. I don't think that this particular situation meets that criteria of emergency need to address. So I do encourage council and Jonathan and the planning team to look at other alternatives, some of that were proposed this evening. And I'll just close with saying I believe that we owe it to ourselves when ordinances are put in place to allow them time to work. We can't put something in place and then 18 months later say, oh, we didn't really mean that, or somebody brought up another point. I think it behooves us to devote enough time to see what happens and whether the desired effect is created or not. In the case of this particular overlay, I think the intended results seem to be working so well that I would just recommend one component be changed, and that would be extending the 660 to 1,000 feet as part of the second proposal, the only part of the second proposal that I think has traction right now. Thank you for your time. Appreciate you letting me speak my piece, and God bless. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kima Salata. I live at 4648 Water Oak Drive in Lake Wylie. I stand before you today to address a matter of utmost importance, a proposed change to a portion of the Lake Wylie Overlay Ordinance. This change holds the potential to significantly impact the fabric of our community, and it is imperative that we approach it with careful consideration and thoughtful deliberation. As residents of Lake Wylie, we share a collective responsibility that our ordinances reflect our values and priorities. These values and priorities were very clearly voiced only 2 short years ago when this ordinance was drafted and passed unanimously in this very chamber. The proposed amendment under discussion today represents a regression of the values and priorities that many in Lake Wylie already fought for, and we now stand at this very podium 2 years later urging council to respect the will of Lake Wylie residents. The proposed amendment, as it stands, raises significant red flags that cannot be ignored. It's essential for council to critically evaluate its potential impact on various facets of our community. While the overwhelming majority of residents are in favor of an increase to 1,000 feet, it is imperative that council leave the rest of the ordinance unchanged. Failure to do so will inadvertently allow any of the listed business types to exploit the ordinance and build what is currently restricted. I implore each of you to pause and reflect on the long-term ramifications with portions of these proposed changes. Are we truly prepared to gamble with the well-being and wishes of Lake Wylie residents for the sake of pleasing a few real estate developers? Every council member knows the answer to this question. Thank you for your attention and consideration.
Good evening. My name is Steve Salata. I reside at 4648 Water Oak Drive in Lake Wylie. My wife and I have resided in Lake Wylie for 13 years now. During that time, some things have not changed. We still have the same few legacy restaurants, a couple with new names, all located within a mile or so of the Buster Boyd Bridge. We still have one major retail outlet, Walmart, a couple of grocery stores, and the same couple of fast food stops that were here 13 years ago. But other things have changed a lot. We now have what feels like thousands of new homes and apartments. We have multiple storage facilities, car washes, car parts stores, quickie oil and lube stores, and fast food shops. Some of them are within sight, if not a stone's throw of each other. One car wash was recently torn down, as you heard tonight, to make way for another car wash. I don't have anything against these businesses in principle, but the number and frequency at which they're popping up gives Lake Wylie the feel of an extended strip mall. There's no meaningful retail, no actual restaurants, basically no identity. But there are plenty of places where you can go to deal with your car and your stuff. So to me, Lake Wylie isn't really a destination, as you've heard said tonight. More and more, it's like a place you pass through on the way to somewhere else. Clearly, that's not what the residents have desired. In the recent past, District 2 residents attended public meetings and said, no more businesses that already exist in multiple numbers. They're crowding out opportunities for restaurants and shopping, which is what we prefer. As a result, on February 22nd, the council unanimously passed an ordinance that requires 660 feet of separation between businesses, and that appears to be working. Why would council vote to reverse this process? That puts developers ahead of constituents. So we request, and if I understand what was discussed tonight, that you at least leave the 660 feet separation in place, but our preference is that you increase it to 1,000 feet and leave the rest of the ordinance as it is. As it is, we only have a 4 to 5 mile stretch of undeveloped land parcels remaining. We cannot afford to reverse all the progress and return to a time of poor planning and when Lake Wylie residents were not heard. Thank you.
Pardon me for double dipping. But again, Peggy Upchurch, 14 Sunrise Point Court. And I just want to say you've listened to all of us tonight in the citizens in Lake Wylie, the Lake Wylie Chamber of Commerce, the Highway 49 overlay was proposed in the council, the planning commission approved it in 1989. It was to be a gateway into South Carolina for visitors, for families to live there. Today, we have instead, welcome to my cars. We'll wash your cars, we'll fill up your cars, we'll store your unwanted furniture. You can buy car parts, the whole 9 yards. It is no longer a place for people. It's no longer a place for tourists. It's only a place for cars. What I want to ask the county council members tonight, the planning commission and the staff, to listen to the citizens, respect and trust the citizens of Lake Wiley, respect and trust our council member, Allison Love. She speaks for us. And accept the 1,000-foot and make any other changes that will stop this type of development. Thank you.
Good evening, council and staff. Tim Heeline. I live at 2674 Cozy Cove Drive off of Concord Road. Here's a concerned resident tonight. You're in a tough spot. This is a tough situation. I don't envy any of those chairs. Some strong opinions. I am in the land business. I'm in the non-density land business, as several of you know. I didn't get involved a couple years ago when this code was getting rewritten. It was if I remember, it was a 500 plus, close to 600-page document, a big undertaking. But I think back then when the 660 rule got put into place, I don't know that everybody was as educated on it or the effects of it as what it's done. Lake Wiley, because we're a north-south lake, there's 3 places to cross that bridge, up in Belmont at Buster Boyd Bridge and down at 161, pretty much. So the river or the lake controls growth, density, traffic, big time. What I've seen in my 18 years, 19, going on 19 now, years of being down here, we were down here early, my wife and I, when 274 was 2 lanes, and it got busy. We were here when Highway 5 was 2 lanes. What they call it, death or suicide highway. But anyhow, when you get all these subdivisions over the years that have been approved, and still, I believe, several thousand more homes, or lots or subdivisions approved, the toothpaste is out of the tube. And when you have development, you've got traffic, but you've got demands that people need for amenities. I think you've got 2 separate issues, in my opinion, 2 separate issues. You've got 49 from, say, Publix back to the bridge. It's tough up there. The 1,000-foot rule, if you pull up, can you pull up the Taco Bell? Okay. I don't care about the name of those restaurants, but the example of using the Taco Bell, say, well, one could go in there, but it would need an inner access road. That's great. But if I'm Zaxby's, and I own McDonald's and Zaxby's, and Taco Bell comes to me and says, hey, new rule, we need an easement across here, then you're going to put a competitive restaurant in there. As a business owner, I'm going to say, I don't think so. The county can't force Zaxby's or McDonald's to allow an easement. I don't believe they can. But that's one example. I believe in clustering as well if you're going to have development. From Publix back to the bridge, it's there. I don't know who made the point about there's probably less than 30 lots. Jonathan, you'd know better than I would. 30 lots from Publix back to the bridge. I'm guessing there's maybe 20 that could be developed. But going down south on 274, just say from the light there at the corner, going all the way down to Newport, thousands of homes are coming. development and density is gonna keep going out 557. It's gonna go out 55. It's gonna go out 49. It's gonna get out the other side of York. But you're gonna need the collection areas for amenities, for restaurants. I think if you're gonna have restaurants, there should be 3, 4, 5 in an area. You're gonna have gas stations, I think you should have 2 or 3 in an area. I think also when you have, you look at your car dealerships, this isn't car dealership area, but there's a reason they cluster. There's a reason restaurants cluster. There's a reason townhomes cluster. There's a reasons you see that. If you look over, and I don't want this to be Fort Mill, I hate going across the other side of the highway, I hate it with the plague, but if you look at what's up there where all the restaurants are, the new place off of 160, what's that called? Kingsley. Some might like that, some might not like it. I think it's a good place for them to have that. With the rule you want to make and with the existing one, I don't believe we could have that unless something started new and then you put rules in, you have to allow internal access. Sort of like you do with the private drives now and then some of the making internal roads. But I'm gonna try and make this short. First of all, I think this amendment's going through too fast. I really think there needs to be more discussion. I know you don't want to hear that. We're more workshops, more discussion, beat it up, but I think it's going fast. I also believe when the first one was done 2 years ago or in February, a lot of stuff in there, and there's no way everybody could have read that and understood it, 100% in the ramifications with it. Again, it's a heated, sensitive discussion. That's it about the Taco Bell. I think the amendment is a start to what needs done, but I don't feel this, if I was in one of those seats, I wouldn't be voting for it tonight. I think I would want a lot more clarity to it. Talking about, my wife said it, I'm gonna repeat it. We live right there at Concord where the light is. We're the only light in the middle of the road there. But for us to have to go up, whether it's a storage unit, a restaurant, a drugstore, or whatever, to go all the way up to where there's already a traffic jam because there's only one way to get across the lake there, why would you want to throw more people? And you've got thousands of homes coming. Why should they have to go all the way up there? Same Newport. Why would go down to 161 where it's already a train wreck with traffic? I think that whole southern area from the Lowe's down towards Newport is going to need serious consideration on future development as far as doing like-in-kind properties close to each other, and that's pretty much it. But you can't stop development. We own a real estate company, and the demand for both Carolinas, North and South Carolina, is off the rails. People want to be down here for all the reasons. So it's coming. It just needs. If it was up to me, I would do it a little different. So anyhow, thank you.
My name is Billy Hagner. I live at 1901 Voyager Road in York, South Carolina. I've been a resident of York County for 43 years, and I've also been in the Lake Wiley area for 17 years. I've witnessed all this growth that we're talking about in the county, and especially in the Lake Wiley area. Some of it's been good, some of it has not been so good. I've been a proponent of some type of Lake Wiley overlay for years, and was very pleased when serious work began on it, on the Lake Wiley Small Area Plan. We need something better to control growth than just a county-wide ordinance, and something to help guide all these planned developments that were created in 2006 and 2008, which we're still, I guess, kind of not recovering from, but trying to recover from. There's still many of them out there that still haven't broken ground on places. I attended the Lake Wiley Small Area Plan community meetings held in the area in September of 2019 and March of 2020. And the original plan, I think, was adopted in October of 2020. Although the plan may not be perfect, it has definitely helped. The agenda tonight indicated that some kind of change was going to be made to the plan with the first reading and public comment. However, I couldn't find anything on the agenda or anything in the media packet that even detailed what was going to be taking place. Also, having a public comment with the first reading is not the norm. I don't think and I have found recently, learned that the Planning Commission has not reviewed it, approved it, or anything. I think all of this is very concerning. Why did it happen in this order? All that being said, I don't think any of the changes should be made to the plan at this time. If changes are made in the future, more opportunities should be given to people to give input on what they think about it, and should be people from within the small area plan, the Lake Wiley Small Area Plan, and those from outside the area should not be given as much weight as those as inside the area. Thank you.
Ms. Chairperson, council members, thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. Everybody said what I was going to say, but they said it real well. Can you put the goat picture back up there? I moved here in 1990, so I just wanted to, the only thing I can say different is to give a little historical perspective. I was past chair of the Marine Commission, past chair of the Riverkeeper Foundation, so I've been in this community for a long time. I've seen it go from that to what Cherry Road, no offense to, I'm not sure if it's Ms. Cox or Mr. Rodney that is over Cherry Road, but I can tell you the historical perspective was, and when Ms. Upchurch was on the council, it was to prevent that. We're real close. And Ms. Love is finally doing something. There was a lot of years where we lost that focus. Ms. Love's trying to get back to that. So I'm against the proposal to make changes with the exception of trying to increase it to 1,000 feet if you can. If you increase it to a mile, I'm okay driving another mile to a car wash. I also don't feel you should have individual restrictions that should be based on the group. I also want to end with, she is our District 2 representative. I know you're all well-meaning, but just like Ms. Upchurch said at her first statement was, this is how we used to do it. We actually listened to their district chair people, and that's really important, and I want you to listen to what Ms. Love's saying, please. Economic development is wonderful on Cherry Road. That's not what we moved here for. It took me 30 minutes to get to a grocery store back in 1990. Now I can get to 3 of them in 3 minutes. So I think our economic development is good enough. You're doing a great job with that. We need to slow it down. Thank you.
My name is Jeff Ledford. I live at 2095 Cutter Point Drive in Lake Wiley. And I'm here to represent the Lake Wiley Chamber of Commerce. First, this ordinance, not the whole recode, but this one particular ordinance was snuck into the recode process, which ended up as a 600-page document that was pushed through an approval process. There was never a formal notice given to any owners of general commercial property in Lake Wiley concerning this new ordinance. Public did not have any opportunity to read, understand, and respond to this ordinance prior to approval. This has resulted in the county council taking away property owner rights with no notice or voice. Second, this ordinance, and I'm talking about the original one, is poorly written and goes against very basic principles of development, as well as going against the Lake Wiley Small Area Plan, which the county council approved in October of 2020. Any graduate with a bachelor's degree in urban development will tell you that it's just common sense to have certain types of businesses clustered together, some even sharing a driveway, such as a gas station and a car wash. Similar types of businesses are generally clustered together. Again, just common sense being used. We don't believe the council has considered the traffic consequences of this ordinance. Currently, all of the oil change places, car washes, and vast majority of gas stations, car mechanic places, and storage facilities are all located off of Highway 49 between Buster Boyd Bridge and the 557 intersection. Yet there are still new subdivisions coming that are going to be situated south of Lake Wiley, around the Allison Creek area and the Daimler property, where the new high school will be built. When these people need gas, a car wash, an oil change, or storage facility, where will they go? Right back up to 49, where there already is a huge congestion of traffic. This makes absolutely no sense. The next logical development of businesses is the 5 Points area. Allowing these service businesses to be placed within close proximity in this area only makes sense. The more space you require between these like businesses, the more land you use, and could cause some of the businesses to be placed very close to residential property. Why use more land for similar businesses? So we understand now that we've got a consideration to increase the distance to 1,000 feet from the current 660 feet. This would only exacerbate the problems. We do not believe the public in the Lake Wiley area has been given an opportunity to be educated on the ordinance and the consequences of this, or an expanded barrier between the businesses, how it affects property values for those that currently own land that might be used for commercial purposes in the future, or even how normal urban development happens. All some have seen is polls, Facebook postings, and such. Based on the options that you are given to choose, a poll can easily be manipulated. We believe and we want smart, controlled growth to happen going forward for the Lake Wiley area. Growth will continue with the subdivisions that have already been approved and have not started yet. Let's be smart and put plans in place now that will help with the additional traffic flow. Doing things to help reduce additional traffic on the Highway 49 corridor should be a goal. It's been said that some of these oil change places, businesses, are going out of business. That's not true. They haven't gone out of business. When you establish a business, you do plan for a ramp-up period. And as has been proven over and over again, the market will take care of the businesses. These companies, they don't just decide, hey, I like Lake Wiley, I'm going to plop a business down here. They do research. They spend quite a bit of money doing research. Is this a viable option? Now, nobody knows the future. Nobody knows what's going to happen with the economy. Economy could collapse, and that's going to shut a lot of businesses down. It won't be because there's a lot up there already. It'll be because of the economy itself. So I think our focus, as someone else said, can't be to look at a lot of maps of Highway 49, that little corridor. We need to be looking on down 274. And how are we going to do this smartly? This 660-foot requirement has probably already cost us a grocery store coming in because of how we made them jump through hoops, which that grocery store could help cut a lot of traffic off to these communities that live in the south side of Lake Wiley. It'll keep them from coming up to Highway 49. And finally, I'll leave with this. I mentioned that this ordinance, I believe, is in direct conflict with the Lake Wylie Small Area Plan. And this is a statement from a study done, RFATS, a couple of years ago. A year ago. Our observation is that the Lake Wylie Overlay Ordinance with the 660-foot requirement between like businesses is not consistent with the Lake Wylie Small Area Plan, which called for clustering of businesses, smart use, and also using the same driveways or cut-ins to serve multiple businesses. So I ask that the council reconsiders not just the amendment, which we as a chamber are against, but the original ordinance as well. Again, we support businesses. We want to support the business community. And we do not believe that this is the right move. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Elaine Gentry. I live at 866 Timber Creek Drive in the Timbers neighborhood. But I grew up in that little red house at the red light on 274 and Concord Road. My mother still lives there. The area that I'd like to talk about, and the gentleman who just spoke talked about, and by the way, we don't know each other, and I did not plan to speak when I came here, but I want to talk a little bit about 5 Points. When I was growing up, that was Bethel. That wasn't even called Lake Wylie. In fact, there wasn't even any such thing as Lake Wylie. I agree that from Buster Boyd to Publix, there's way too many storage and maybe too many gas stations and maybe too many fast food stations. But in 5 Points, the piece of land that you all were talking, or that some of the people have been talking about that want to do the wraparound car wash, happens to belong to somebody. That little bait store with the little trailer beside of it is owned by Dickie and Mrs. Pendleton. Mr. Pendleton passed away not too long ago. Mrs. Pendleton runs that little bait shop, and I know we all think, oh, that developers are coming in, they're going to make tons of money. But Mrs. Pendleton deserves to be able to sell her land and make some money off of it. And it breaks my heart that she's still in there. I've been in there. I've bought bait. I've bought tackle. But I don't do enough to keep her in business. And I'm sure she'd like to retire. I'm sure she's in her 80s by now, just like my mother is. And also the gentleman that spoke before me talked about the Harris Teeter, the grocery store. I was really hoping for that Harris Teeter because I love Harris Teeter. I either have to go all the way to Belmont, all the way to Rivergate, or all the way to Rock Hill to get to one. I really would like to have one there. So if these decisions are keeping things like that, and if we've got all these homes coming in there and all those apartments and all that stuff, people have to eat. And if this ordinance is keeping that from coming in and keeping Mrs. Pendleton from being able to sell her land, and someday, God knows when my mother passes away, and I don't want that to be anytime soon, but I would like for me to be able to sell my mother's land to put something in there after all these years. So thank you for your time.
Hi, good evening. I'm Ellen Goff. I live at 981 Bonham Road in Lake Wylie. I'm not going to take up your time because my neighbors have said everything and more about how I feel about this repeal of an ordinance. And I would just like to say, one, that you must keep the 660 rule unless you replace it with a 1,000-foot rule. And also, when you're looking at the land use and the whole small business plan in general, I think it's important to include some wise planning. And we've been talking about planning all evening, but planning also is not just economic, but it's all the things that make a community a community. A gentleman before me touched on that, a place that people meet. And, don't sell those kinds of things short, because that's really what gives a community cohesion and the ability to have an identity and a sense of place. And that's what's crowded out when we have not smart growth, but something that falls far short of that. And I hope that you continue or would try to listen to what the neighbors and the taxpayers in District 2 have told planning and have told our representative over and over again. And it seems like we have to come down and remind y'all that we've had this discussion before. We've made our feelings heard, and you haven't listened. And because we're unincorporated, you all are the people that we look toward to protect us from this, from a lot of these problems. You're all we got. And we need you to listen to our representative and try to provide that cohesion and sense of place that we're certainly in Lake Wylie, we're all trying to hang on to as best we can. I appreciate your time.
Good evening, John Gossett, 5717 Lake Wylie Road. I think we just kind of got everything mixed together on who's for and who's against and who's what not. So I'm just going to make my comments. First of all, first thing I'm against is wasting taxpayer money. York County's in a lawsuit right now that if it goes to court, you're going to lose, period. And you know that. This thing was snuck in from the Planning Commission into a 600 and some odd page document. Y'all voted to approve recode. You didn't know there's poison pills in there, because if it had and it had been truly, fully vetted and everybody understood what this would do, oh, that would have drug on for a while. So y'all know that's the case. My stance on this, I don't want to see us to get covered up with a lot of same uses. But like it or not, we got a plan, a lot smarter than what we're doing. Commingling totally different, in my opinion, totally different uses like is currently done is crazy. If you want to, well, the current ordinance is not based on real data, hard data. It is convoluted at best. It kind of reminds you of the Grand Tree Ouija board. Now how crazy and convoluted that was. Same thing, and for the same ulterior motive. And there was an ulterior motive, and you know it. The current ordinance, in my opinion, is a gross, blatant government overreach. And for any conservative Republicans, and I hope the York County GOP is listening, a government overreach of this nature should send chills down the spine of any conservative. Liberals, I don't care. And the current ordinance, it does not manage growth. I mean, it makes the congestion worse. In my case, I live on Lake Wylie Road. I agree we should show the map of the whole stretch, 49 and 274. Because I'm on one end of this. I'm on ground zero. A lot of people that spoke probably don't live in the affected area. I'm in it. So I can speak from living on ground zero. You come out of my road, if I want to go to the grocery store, what I refer to the 49 corridor, and I agree, that thing is a disaster. No question about it. From the intersection of 557 down to Buster Boyd, but guess where the grocery stores are? You ever been to Walmart in Lake Wylie on a Saturday? It's like hand-to-hand combat in that place. I can tell you something about that. Or Publix, or Food Line, and that intersection, oh yeah, you playing with your life trying to get in and out of there. So I mean, it's bad in that section. But if I want to go to a gas station, I have the 7-Eleven at the end of my road. But if I want to go down to the other gas stations for either I want to turn in my fuel points for Harris Teeter or go to the QT or whatever, I got to go down. I call that whole area from the 557 intersection down to the bridge. I just refer to that as the beehive. So if I want to get groceries, I got to go to the beehive. If I want to go get gas other than at the end of 7-Eleven, the end of my road at 7-Eleven, I got to go down to the beehive. If I want to get a car wash, I got to go down into the beehive. Most of the restaurants, got to go down into the beehive. Now, we're having one restaurant under construction right now, Tim Fry. He's got $2.5 million or more tied up in what he's doing. This crazy Ouija board separation ordinance thing has got his thing in jeopardy now. Simply because he wants to have the convenience of you place an order and you don't have to come in, you can just drive by the window and that's it, and keep it moving. Who wants to put any kind of money, serious money on the line, your money, knowing that it could get blown away by some kind of convoluted something like this? This current ordinance literally stomps on individual property rights. If you own a property, it stomps on your property rights. And again, as a conservative, that should send chills down conservative spines. This current ordinance, it creates, in my view, a biased spot zoning. A biased spot zoning within a current zoning that's in an overlay. I mean, that's kind of crazy. Let me touch on property owners' rights a second. That's a big deal with me. Carla Pendleton's here tonight. I went to high school with her. I've been, unlike a lot of people here, I'm a lifelong resident. Instead of being here 5 years, 10 years, I've been here all my life. And I remember Carla from high school. And I remember all throughout the years, they worked hard at that bait shop. They followed the rules, obeyed the laws, paid their taxes, good members of the community. Carla knows everybody in York County. You won't meet a nicer lady. And the only thing that her property is really, because of the way the development has occurred, that she can do anything with her property, is to sell it to a car wash. That wraps around 7-Eleven. And people have spoken like in a tone that sounds like that's a bad thing. No, that's a good thing. And when you get into her selling, the importance of it, that's her retirement. This Ouija board is touching people's lives. Some of you have retirement because you work for a Fortune 500 company and you've worked all your life and built up your retirement. Some of you may have a rich relative that's going to leave you your retirement. Maybe somebody sold their share of Carolina Water and they made a bunch of money to Blue Granite and that's their retirement. How would you feel if somebody came in and said, we got this ordinance we're going to pass and it's going to be this great thing. It's going to take your retirement away, but don't worry about that. No, you wouldn't be too happy about that. A lot of people work all their life in the fields, on a farm, or in a store. I go by there 7 days a week. She's in there from sun up to sundown and well past. Nobody has a right to take her retirement away. Nobody. Especially somebody that's a lifelong resident, upstanding citizen like she is. Now, people like to, some of the people coming up say, well, you know, this all the developers and the evil ones. I'm not a developer. I got no ties to any developer. I'm just a lifelong resident. That's it. Now, one thing that Margaret Blackwell and I probably will agree on, I didn't think we'd ever agree on anything. She mentioned blowing up the Buster Boyd Bridge. I'm a retired combat engineer. I can tell you, I won't do it, but I can damn sure tell you how to do it. And I would be happy to see it go, because Lake Wiley would be a very quiet community from that point on. I really would. There's nothing in North Carolina that I can't do without. That'd solve all our problems. Now, I touched on the ordinance, the way it snuck in. Y'all know how that happened. You do now. Y'all don't have to deal with that, because it has some same fingerprints from recent other problems y'all have had to unscrew with Lake Wiley. I'm going to speak to something that a lot of people may not like to hear, but it needs to be said. Lake Wiley is not a town, but they want to act like a town. They want to be treated like a town, but they're not a town. And a lot of the problems that we have in Lake Wiley is because they weren't a town a long time back where they could control some of this stuff. Lake Wiley today, when you look at what all has transpired over the last, especially in the last year, Lake Wiley is in a way using the York County Council as their unofficial town council. And their district rep is the unofficial mayor of a town that don't exist. Because they need something done, nickel dime, this and that, okay, we're gonna get the council to pass it for us. I want you to think about something. Clover's got a population, now according to my Google, pull out your phone and see what your Google later says. My Google later says Clover population 7,000 people. They're incorporated. TKK's population, I was surprised at this, is less than Lake Wiley. 14,100. Lake Wiley, according to my Google later, is 14,400. Of those three places I just mentioned, one of them is unincorporated. And because they refuse to incorporate, they have a lot of the problems they have today. This is just the way it is. Now, I'm not advocating for incorporating or against. That's a discussion for the Lake Wiley community. But to my knowledge, there has not been any serious analysis, discussion, pros and cons of what would happen should Lake Wiley incorporate or not. I think it should be, and then let the people decide, and then reap the consequences of whichever way they decide. You know, from a council level, you got zoning, you got small area plans. But when it starts getting down into the weeds, it's time for an incorporation, somebody to handle their own business. For example, $100,000 a year of our C funds that should be patching our roads is going to cut Lake Wiley's grass. They need to cut their own grass. They can't have it both ways. So that discussion needs to be had. I'd like to speak for a moment about the point about council members from a certain district should have a blank check. What they want should go. A council member from a certain district should have a weighted say because they know their district better than anyone else. But I had a conversation very recently with a former council member. Y'all all know him. And I brought it up. I said, hey, he used to be on this council a strong proponent. He's on video many times, pounding the desk saying, whatever the council member in that district wants, then we should defer to what they want. Almost like it's a blank check. We were talking the other day, and I said, hey, remember that thing you used to say and how strongly you felt? He cut me off right in mid-sentence. I was wrong. What? I mean, I thought I had him. He's like, I was wrong. Kind of was like, man, I thought I had him. But again, he don't admit he's wrong very often. I said, well, what changed your mind? Since you don't change it very often. He's very blunt. He said, what happened with Highway 557? That did me. That proved to me, that former council member, that not every time does a council member represent what's best for their district or the county as a whole. It flipped him just like that. It should flip y'all too. My opinion, the right way ahead is to change the current ordinance in a way that eliminates the commingling of all these different uses into that crazy Ouija board. At the end of my road, we were going to get a Harris Teeter. Well, now it sounds like we're not. That would have been great for me. I could have racked up my Harris Teeter points because they have a gas station. Go right there to fill up my my car at the same time. I wouldn't have to go down to the Beehive, and I could get my car washed right there at the end of my road. Well, because of this Ouija board, the gas station that Harris Teeter wanted to do knocks out the car wash, and something else knocks out the Harris Teeter, and you see how all that crazy stuff happened? And this is up on the far end at the 5 Points. That kind of collateral damage shouldn't occur by this ordinance. And when it does, you got to fix it. We got to go back and say, no, this don't make sense. Look, if you want to manage storage units, and they do need to be managed, then manage them. Structure the ordinance to manage them. Put a distance in there. I don't care if it's 5 miles, but do something that manages a circle and there's a set number. You can't have more than X. Same for oil change places. I mean, the market will drive whether they stay in business or not. You don't have to meddle in that. And the government, in my opinion, has no business picking winners and losers. The market should. But if we need to manage them some, then manage them. But not convolute it with everything else. Next thing you know, we're going to have, oh, you can't have something else because it's too close to a jewelry store and a cosmetic store. No, we don't need to get down into those kind of weeds. Car wash places, same thing. Look at where they are now. It makes sense to put one, way up here on the other end of the overlay. Then the ordinance should allow that. And if it don't, then that tells you right there it don't make sense. And that's the problem we got right now. Same with vehicle service places, restaurants. Everybody complains about, I want more restaurants, want more restaurants. If you know where Lowe's is in Lake Wiley, right across the road from Lowe's, everybody remembers, most people won't, but everybody remembers the old River Rat and the rat in the bathtub, and they went right up there and built a real nice place in front of the Lowe's. Moved the rat in the bathtub up there. They didn't last too long. They went out of business. That place has changed hands, I'm pretty sure, twice in the years that's passed. And it's sitting vacant now. Somebody bought it and was going to open it, painted it, put new lights and everything, and it never opened. We had a big sign over to next to Lowe's of a nice Mexican restaurant going to come in. It never did, and finally the sign rotted and fell down. It's in the weeds somewhere. The car wash that sold recently right in the curve, or 274, the Scrub and Scoop, $2.1 million. Who's going to invest that kind of money in a piece of dirt to put a coffee shop in? Everybody's like, oh, I want this, I want that. Well, pony up $2 million yourself and put it in. Nobody wants to do that. They just complain because they don't have one. If Lake Wiley was incorporated, I think they could handle their business a lot better than constantly taking the council's time, because you folks have a huge job. You got Blue Granite Water, that thing's a ticking time bomb. Those pipes in River Hills were in the ground before Columbus landed. That thing's fixing to blow up on you, an enormous amount of money. I applaud you for what you're doing with parks, with the overall study and what's to come from that. But you have so many other big picture things that have to be solved, and they're not easy to solve. And you got tons of day-to-day things. Your plate is already overrunning. Just look at what this past year. How many times you say Lake Wiley in the last year? How many times you deal with ankle biter crap that should have never happened in the first place? 557 topping that list. I'm glad y'all didn't have anything important in y'all's districts y'all needed to work on, because you spent the whole year last year on Lake Wiley and you're already starting again this year. Y'all need to cut the apron strings. Make the ordinance work. If it's a 70% solution in my former line of work, that's good enough. If I get a 70% solution, in my former line of work, bullets are flying, people are dying, we got to move out, let's go. We'll adjust en route. Y'all need to do the same thing with this. And if Lake Wiley needs to dial it in tighter, then they need to become a municipality themselves. Can you imagine, what if TVK had not incorporated? You would have this yet again. You'd never get nothing done. That concludes my comments.
Hello, I'm Rusty Miller, 505 Peaceful Creek Drive in York. Been here about 25 years. I want to say I really appreciate what you do. I know you got a complex job and complex decisions, and with that I say I believe that you should reject this on the basis that it was flawed to start with. I believe that taking the simplest solution or the quickest idea that you get to a problem, say get rid of car washes, is usually not the right decision. And I think the unintended consequences that come with that lead to bigger problems later on. I think that's kind of what we're dealing with now. I've got a heart for 5 Points because I live close to there. I would love to be able to have services in 5 Points so I would not have to go to Lake Wiley. I live off of Parham Road. With that said, if this amendment is passed, it doesn't prevent any of these businesses from being built. It would seem to me somebody could go out to 274 where there's still land left and could build a car wash, a parts store, a restaurant, a storage place, and by this time they'd be 1,000 feet from where it started and they could start over again and just put a line up down there. I don't see how this prevents that. If we go back to the current overlay, there's been a lot of discussion about a car wash at 7-Eleven. I mean, the previous overlay does not prevent a car wash at 5 Points. If there's going to be one at 5 Points, I'd prefer it be at 7-Eleven. I mean, it makes sense to me, rather than being somewhere across the street, somewhere else. If there's going to be a parts store, I'd rather it be next to the mechanic shop. So I would say that as far as the overlay getting passed, I'll admit that I wasn't here for that, and I would ask you, there's a lot of accusations that go around. If we're here revisiting this because you are in the pocket of a developer, then I would hope that you would resign. If we're here because something was interjected that you didn't know about, I hope that you would revisit it. And if we're here because you knew what you were voting for, but now there's unintended consequences because maybe it was the wrong solution, I hope you would revisit it there also. That's all I have. Thank you.
My name's Quinn Smith, 6121 Charlotte Highway, York, South Carolina. Good evening, Council. I speak in front of you tonight to support the repeal and/or amendment of the separation of uses ordinance in the Lake Wiley overlay. I feel the best way to get a broad view of this ordinance, we must go back to the beginning. 2 years ago, York County approved nearly a 600-page document completing the recode process in this area. The separation of uses in the Lake Wiley overlay was outlined on one single page of that nearly 600-page document. Council made a unanimous decision on February 21st, 2022 to approve the lengthy document and all verbiage within the document. It is extremely important for everyone in this room to understand that the use separation ordinance was not solely voted on that night. Council made the decision that night to approve the recode document as a whole. This means that every ordinance and code change within the 600-page document was approved in one single vote. Brandon Guffey, a former council member who voted on that recode, said something very insightful that night. There's a lot of good things in here, he stated, referring to the recode document. I'm just worried about whoever or whenever I don't understand every single line of it. Current Councilman Audette stated, the job doesn't stop here. This continues. Allow us to understand the impact, because sometimes we don't know what we don't know until things are implemented. I bring up these important statements because it reflects how large the recode process is and what an impossible task it is to get all 600 pages right the first time. Tonight, we hear from local landowners and concerned residents who have been directly affected by the separation use ordinance. The truth is that this discussion should have happened 2 years ago. But unfortunately, this ordinance was carefully weaved into a recode document with no direct notification to landowners that it would affect, local landowners. The use separation ordinance fundamentally changes a landowner's property rights and significantly devalues their property. York County made no direct attempt to inform these local citizens that their property would be stripped of certain uses and essentially rezoned without them even knowing. The current concerned citizens speaking tonight are voicing their concerns now due to the discovery of this ordinance. You cannot oppose a change to your property rights if you're not given any notification that your rights are being taken. Imagine if you own property for more than 2 decades, only to find out that some of your property rights have been stripped with no prior notification. How would that make you feel? The lack of information given to landowners whose property was significantly changed is a major problem. That's just the first issue. Now let's talk about the ordinance itself. The use separation ordinance outlines a plan to spread out undesired businesses within the Lake Wylie Overlay District. Underneath the proper wording of the code itself, it is actually just a way to prohibit or significantly reduce the possibility of certain uses. A wish list of undesired business uses were lumped together in an unnatural way, and an ordinance was created to limit these from being built moving forward. The strategy of this ordinance is flawed. By outlawing uses you don't want to see, you're just hoping that you have businesses that come in that you do want to see to fill those gaps. This is not how development works, and we are already starting to see problems this ordinance will pose. Common sense would say you want to cluster these uses. A gas station pairs perfectly with a car wash, which we've talked about a lot tonight, or a fast food restaurant. It allows for necessary uses to take up less space and create a more efficient flow of traffic. While we're on the topic of traffic, let's discuss how this ordinance would affect traffic patterns in Lake Wylie for years to come. The code as it's written today forces these uses apart. Each business will sprawl, creating additional unnecessary curb cuts. You will also force citizens back out onto a 5-lane highway to bounce from use to use because of the separation. It's neither efficient nor safe for residents when these uses are sprawled out. If the 660-foot separation is increased, like some have spoken about tonight, this ordinance will prohibit any of the uses from being built moving forward at all. Why not just outlaw them altogether? 1,000 feet, 2,000 feet, that's really what we're getting at with that ordinance. So that means if none of those uses are allowed any longer in Lake Wylie, that all of the population in this area will continue to grow, but none of those necessary specialized service uses will. All new residents will have to drive into the corridor between Buster Boyd Bridge and Publix for those services. By supporting this ordinance the way that it is now, not the amendment, you are also supporting future traffic congestion in the heart of Lake Wylie. Everyone talks about how these services are empty now. That is not very forward thinking. What are we thinking about 5, 10, 15 years from now? Unfortunately, the consequences of this ordinance are not talked about. People speaking in favor of this ordinance may not understand the use separation will push undesired businesses closer to residential areas and create more traffic congestion each year. In closing, I came in front of council tonight to speak on what should have been said 2 years ago. The ordinance is flawed and was unknown to those directly affected until just recently. We have now been given the opportunity to speak finally, and I hope you will listen to us. Let's rewind one last time to February 21st, 2022. When speaking about the recode, Councilman Bumperati said, "We don't always get it right." We will be sitting here this time next year talking about a problem we didn't know this year. As it turns out, Bump, it took 2 years. But the message still rings true. Of course, a 600-page document will need to be amended as it ages. Instead of doubling down on a flawed ordinance to prove a point, let's find a solution that works for all citizens in Lake Wylie. Thank you.
Hi, Council. My name is Perry Stacks, 639 Drury Lane in Clover. Right in the thick of the Lake Wylie overlay and right around where we're talking about. So I'm a little upset with some of my colleagues. They ate up all of my talking points. The gentleman that went before me hit a lot of nails right on the head. The gentleman from Chamber of Commerce did as well. I'm just here to ask you one thing. So as you consider any possible amendments to the 660 separation requirement, please try to imagine the unintended consequences, as many have already stated, and any potential changes that we make moving forward for this amendment. You know, for instance, whenever this rule was implemented, as was just pointed out, you know, there was maybe some potential unintended consequences. Well, one of those unintended consequences would be putting a car wash next to a park. It's been a little frustrating listening to some of the speakers come up and voice their opinion, because they make it sound like somebody up here is in the pocket of a developer. That is not the case. If you're looking for someone to point to as to why we are here, I was made aware of a car wash that could very legally be put next to my community park. I educated myself on the matter, I gained information on it, and found out they were 100% correct. There was no legal hurdle whatsoever to put this car wash next to my neighborhood park. Obviously, that doesn't sit well. The reason we're here tonight discussing this again is because the 660 separation, as it sits, is a failure. It does not protect a car wash from going into these plots. It doesn't do what it says it does. It just makes developers do very stupid decisions out of necessity. They don't have the lot. They had to move 660 feet down the road. I don't remember what the exact footage is. Let's say that lot was 700 feet. That's all this rule does. It's no point there whatsoever. Now, moving forward, there's talk about moving it to 1,000 feet. Okay, that would protect my lot. Well, that lot's no longer under contract anymore. Thank goodness. That was taken off from the encouragement of the area to have sensible development, to put a car wash where it makes sense beside a 7-Eleven. So to dispel any notions of someone on this council being in the pocket, that's not the case at all. This is something that I took up, was made aware of, became educated on the matter, made a lot of noise, and now thankfully we're getting some sense applied to it. So again, speaking to the issue of property rights, I think the previous speakers have hit the nail on the head as well, especially the gentleman who went before me. Thank you for that. These owners weren't given the option to voice their opinion. I don't think they were made aware. There are many, many unintended consequences that we're seeing from the 660 as it sits right now. Please, in moving forward, consider the 1,000 foot and what negative implications we may have in that. Again, the development across from the 7-Eleven that is proposed to be, I believe, a Harris Teeter, which would also bring the Harris Teeter Shopping Center being the anchor point and bringing in more potential sites like restaurants, like shopping within that shopping center that we are asking for. We keep saying that we want these grand things like maybe a Baxter Village or something like that. I'm sorry, in the area between the Buster Boy Bridge and Publix, and even beyond a little bit, that ship has sailed. That's not going to happen. We don't have the available space for these large multi-use shopping residential areas. That's not the case at all. Let's stop trying to limit what can be done, and let's move forward with a viable plan to bring in something to work with the Chamber of Commerce to bring in the type of businesses that we do want and stop hobbling property owner rights and hobbling the free market as it sits. Just please take that into consideration as you move forward with these amendments. Thank you.
My name's Ron Montgomery. Live 2979 Hands Mill Highway, right in the middle of everything. I'd like to thank y'all for giving me the time to speak tonight. Gosh, I had about 6 or 7 pages, but I'm not going to sit up here that long. What I saw tonight with y'all is y'all have no clue what you're fixing to put in. It's snap judgment, just like it was 2 years ago. I beg y'all to table this and do some workshops. I know y'all been through a bunch of them. I've seen them. But make it right. The 360 will not work as it is intended to do unless you want to run all business off. I am a property owner. I've been a developer since 88, excuse me. A lot of the people that spoke here tonight live in my subdivisions, and I'm proud of every one of them. But this is it's not thought out. It was brought up that Lake Wiley should have been incorporated. Well, there was a smart young councilwoman at the time that tried to make that happen, but it was voted down by the residents of Lake Wiley. They didn't want it. It's so many things. The property owners were not notified. Y'all got around it legally? Was it ethical? I don't think so. I tried to get the revisions that y'all talking about giving first reading tonight. I couldn't get them till last Friday. And on page 2, it states that they should be out for 15 days before the public hearing. Maybe y'all had it before we did. I doubt it, but the questions you asked tonight, let's just make something that will work. Y'all spent more time on this than you have anything in the past 2 years. Y'all time's more valuable than that. So's mine, as a property owner and a developer. That's all I got to say.
Good afternoon. Thank you for letting me talk. Tim Fry Sr. from, I live in River Hills on Old Fox Trail. I just want to break. This 660 rule is convoluted as it can be. I have invested millions on 274 in the last year. And I'm trying to keep the property that I'm developing local. I'm putting local people in the businesses. Papa's Pizza, the guys that are going to move in there are local. They already own restaurants here. We're running into problems. You can't put a drive-through, can't put a walk-up. For a pizza place, you can't have a drive-through like McDonald's because you can't get a pizza in 5 minutes, okay? But we can't do that. This causes us a problem. I own all the property between there and Dock Masters now. I've got a letter of intent that I can show you tonight for another gas station with a car wash, and I'm not in the 660. I won't be in the 1,000-foot rule. I'm not gonna let them build there. I don't want one. We got enough of that right there. But you've got to quit overreaching and let the business people that have developed hundreds of millions of dollars worth of properties do what they need to do within reason. That's all I ask. I don't want to have to fight, and Ms. Love doesn't like me very much. I've got nothing against her. I just don't like the things she's putting in place. And like these people have said, this is convoluted. We need to stop it. That's all I got to say. I'm gonna build this property and I'm gonna develop it. And I'm trying to do it within the guidelines of York County and the building standards. That's all I can ask. Quit stopping us from doing things that people want. I want another restaurant there. I don't want another storage building. The pit stop where I'm at now, it's already got storage building outside storage. It's gonna be used. It's been there for years. I don't think anybody likes it, but I'm gonna clean it up, put a fence around it because you can't see it, and I'm gonna lease it out. But we just got to quit having the thumb of government put on people like me. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Nick Benner, live in Paddler's Cove. Y'all are gonna love me because it's gonna be real fast. So I've lived in the community for 20 years. I've owned and operated a small business here in Lake Wiley for 11 years. My goal has always been to provide a service in the community that no one else can, which we've done, and also to provide security for my family by purchasing and owning some commercial property that I could operate my business out of. After 10 years of good business practices, I was finally able to achieve this goal. However, the restrictions on land use that are currently in place are preventing me from using my newly acquired property to service the community in the best way. I know I have a lot of friends and neighbors that also own local businesses and blank pieces of property that they'd like to develop as well. I've heard people tonight refer to, big corporations and developers, and I'm not that. I'm the guy at the grocery store that's checking out the lane next to you. And I agree that we don't need any more quick lubes or car washes, but I don't think infringing on the rights of the local landowners is the way to do it. Thank you.
I'm Carla Pendleton, 5930 Charlotte Highway, Lake Wiley. I own property zoned general commercial on Highway 49 at 5 Points in the Lake Wiley zoning overlay district. My late husband bought the property with our store around 1970, and my 84-year-old mother helps me in the store. Since the death of my husband in 2022, and because my York County property tax increased from around $1,000 per year for many years to around $8,000 per year for the past 3 years, I need to sell the property. My small fishing bait and tackle shop is no longer sustainable in the Lake Wiley area. A developer is interested in buying my property, but the 660-foot distance requirement in the Lake Wiley zoning overlay prevents me from selling it to him because he wants to build a car wash. A car wash is not permitted on my property due to the 7-Eleven gas station on the adjacent property. And it's not the same 7-Eleven that was showing on Mr. Buono's slide over there. It's farther down the road. In 2020, a Lake Wiley small area plan was developed by the county staff at the council's request to study and address pressures of growth. One of the goals of the plan is to cluster like businesses together in neighborhood centers. My property is in the 5 Points Neighborhood Center designation on the small area plan. The Lake Wiley zoning overlays 660-foot distance rule applies to gas stations, car washes, fast food, automotive parts and repair, among others. The 660-foot rule would prohibit any of those types of businesses on my property due to the proximity of the 7-Eleven. Sending developers down the road 661 feet or even 1,001 feet doesn't prevent those types of businesses from being built. Rather, it spreads them out all over the place. That's the opposite of what the Lake Wiley Small Area Plan is trying to accomplish. South of the 5 Points intersection, there will be over 800 homes in the Westport subdivision, 650 in Hands Mill, hundreds already in Bethel Fields and Kings Grove, and hundreds more homes farther south and west in new and existing subdivisions. In addition to being compatible with the Lake Wiley Small Area Plan, allowing those prohibited uses in the designated neighborhood centers would help to reduce the amount of traffic from those houses traveling farther north on the already congested Charlotte Highway. And in my case, there would be fewer curb cuts than there are now because the proposed car wash on my property and the 7-Eleven would use shared driveways. With any of those prohibited businesses, the market is determined by supply and demand, not by someone's opinion of whether or not we already have enough of those businesses. Businesses will come and go as the demand changes, just as they always have. My husband was a life member and treasurer of the Bethel Volunteer Fire Department. He served on the York County Board of Rural Fire Control. He helped organize Bethel Sports Incorporated, a youth sports league back in the 70s, and he served as president of the Bethel Community Development Club, which was a civic organization for community improvement. I've served on the Greater Clover Chamber of Commerce Board, and my business has supported school and charitable groups over the years. For many years, we've contributed to our community. Arbitrary bans on businesses that would normally be allowed in the general commercial zoning classification are not fair to property owners, especially those who have been good citizens here for years, and they're not fair to the people who have to travel the busy highway. The amendment would help me to sell my property for the car wash, but having a restrictive distance rule is short-sighted and will not fix or prevent the problems associated with increased residential and commercial growth in this area. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Andy Litton. I live at 2110 Low Meadow Road, York, South Carolina. I want to thank you all for bringing this up for the public discussion. It's important that something this major and this important is brought up because it affects people's livelihood, it affects their retirements, it reflects and affects the quality of life of the community. This thing was only 2 pages out of 600 pages, as y'all have been, aware of over and over tonight. And you got to go through the whole thing, and it's easy to miss it. But with the transparency that we're going through, it's as important as the freedoms that we cherish to get this right. Over tonight, we've been talking about a 4.5 mile stretch in the Lake Wiley overlay. But what you may not know is that the Lake Wiley overlay is way bigger than that. It covers 41 square miles. And so this has far-reaching implications of not just the 4.5 miles, which is a major highway that services at least 34,000 cars a day. And you can't turn that into a walkable, pedestrian-friendly facility. I mean, it's just a commercial district. Out of the 41 square miles, we have that one small area of commercial space. So of course, everybody is trying to focus in on there. You know, if we're gonna be business friendly and bring economic development, we need to allow for the different businesses. I don't know if there needs to be more or less of these businesses. That is where studies have been done, white papers written. There's data for these type of things. You know, we're not the first place to encounter this issue, but we can look at places that have already done it and see how they managed it. We can look and see what's a good ratio of businesses to residents. I don't know that it's 4 or 20 or 100 oil changes places. I don't know. I mean, we've got 10 nail salons. Is that too many? We've got, 3 liquor stores. Is that too many? I don't know. Why are we, isolating 1 or 2 particular areas to pick on? We want to be business friendly. And by picking on certain businesses and trying to say that you can't do this, you can't expand, you can't do other things, it makes us appear to be business unfriendly. So who knows what the next business is going to be? They don't know if they're going to get the short end of the stick. So maybe they get run off. Is that what we want up there? Because by picking on businesses and not being business friendly doesn't encourage the desirable businesses to come. So we want to bring all of them in together. It's part of our freedoms to do this. And if we need more of a certain business, then we need to go out there and recruit them and get them to come in. We can't just tell people to stay away and hope and pray that what we want comes. We can't tell businesses to go away and then tell all the property owners that their property, they're just going to sit on it for the next 20, 30, 40 years possibly, and hope that that one particular business is going to come in and buy it. We need to have freedoms and smart growth to account for the traffic and to account for the new residents are coming. We've got over 10,000 more people coming down Highway 49. I mean, I live 10 miles from this area and have to drive all the way up there along with all my neighbors to get gas, go to the car wash. If I want to go to a automatic car wash and not have to pay like an auto bill, then I have to drive all the way through Lake Wiley and just add to the rest of the traffic. So what we want to do is just take the data, do a good study of it, see how these things are handled, make sure that exclusionary zoning doesn't cause more issues than we're trying to solve. Make sure that we know how this thing is going to work so that everybody is protected, so that the residents that know that we have too much of something, we can take care of them, the people that want more of this, so that we can take care of them. Whether there's too many storage units or oil change places, that's a reflection of society. We have too much stuff. We count on our cars too much. We can't change society with this, so we just need to make sure it's fair for everyone. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Perry Johnston. I live at 5001 Lake Mist Drive, and I've been in the middle of this beehive my entire life. First and foremost, I believe in free enterprise. This 660 rule or whatever it is just anti-business. It's just anti-growth. 5 Points, when I was on council here before, was set aside as a hub in our original land use plans back then. Yes, we even had them back then. But that's always, as far as I know, 5 Points has always been a hub. Not just a, let's take this business and this business hub. It's a hub of all businesses. In the 1950s, we talk about how many service stations we are inundated with right now.
in the 1950s, we had just as many service stations then as we do today. And I know there's a couple of guys back here that can verify that. I can show you where each one of them was. One thing, just some people's mentioned this Pizza Hut, well, not Pizza Hut, but the pizza restaurant. It's going to be a nice restaurant. I know it is. I know the owners. Talked to one today, as a matter of fact. And I said, what's the issue? I just need to know before I go down and talk. He said, well, Tractor Supply has a drive-through lane. Didn't even know that. I didn't even know that. It is. Walk, go by and look, drive-through. I said, wow. So this pizza restaurant can't have a drive-through window because Tractor Supply already has a drive-through window. What sense does that make? I just, it's beyond me. It's crazy. And I heard, thank you very much. It was some good discussion. I haven't heard it before. It's great. There is still a lot of work to do. I'm sure I was confused as I've heard some of the council members actually asking questions that says, I don't think any of us really know what's in this 660 rule, although it's only a couple of pages that kind of got slid into the whole thing. And everybody's talking about all this community input and everything else. Very little, promise you. I usually try to stay abreast of everything, and I had no idea about 660 until all of a sudden I started hearing it. Community input, true community input is needed now. I don't know, you guys got a tough job on this one, for sure. There's a lot of details. The devil is in the details, and some of you've already said this a couple of years ago when you approved it and you said, yeah, but we still got some issues to work through. I know. I don't believe that council members should kowtow to each other for any reason. It's not a vote buying issue. It's doing what's right for the citizens of York County in its entirety. When I was on council, I had a council member that pretty well demanded that I vote the way he wanted me to vote. And I said, no, sir, I can't do that. I am a York County councilor. I'll vote what's in my heart. And that's what I expect everybody to do. Recode, there's a lot of other stuff in there, but this will be my last little point. Recode has, not necessarily everything is great about it as well. Recode actually increased density in certain zoning areas. I know it increased one zoning in the back of Mill Creek from 89 homes to 149. All of a sudden, we're talking about decreasing density, but wait a minute, we just increased density through a recode. 89 to 149. Thank you.
Amanda Cisco, 1414 Harper's Inlet Drive. So what I have to say is going to be a little bit different than what you've heard tonight. I don't think I'm going to say the word car wash. I just did, but anyways, you guys have a very important decision tonight. It affects, as others have said, people's livelihoods, people's futures. The Lake Wiley Overlay Separation Ordinance represents a prime example of government overreach, infringing upon the principles of the free market. By imposing strict regulations on property owners regarding the distance between certain types of businesses, this ordinance undermines individual property rights and stifles economic freedom. Such heavy-handed interference not only restricts the ability of landowners to maximize their assets, but also impedes potential development opportunities. Rather than allowing for organic growth and innovation driven by market forces, This top-down approach hinders progress and limits choice. In a truly free market system, individuals should have the autonomy to make decisions about their properties without unnecessary governmental intervention dictating how they can use their land. The Lake Wylie Overlay Separation Ordinance serves as a gross reminder of the dangers posed by excessive government control in impeding individual liberties and hindering economic prosperity. A small group of individuals who I assume wish to play victim and create this fear-mongering that, you know, we're going to be overcome by all these terrible businesses. It's not true. These businesses that are coming here do their research. They're not going to come here if they're not going to be a profitable entity. Rules without factual basis are more likely to have unintended consequences and create more problems than they solve. I trust each of you understand how a free market economy truly works, can see straight through the fear-based rhetoric being shoved down our throats tonight, and vote to either repeal this ordinance or change it in a way that does not hinder property owners and to allow a free market economy. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Amanda. I live in the Kings Grove neighborhood in the Lake Wylie overlay in the 5 Points area. So we've heard a lot of people today say that the opposition from this overlay is based on a developer. I think Perry pointed out that that's not actually the case. Homeowner realized that a car wash was going to go in near their neighborhood, which led them to do research to understand what was in the code. Research that, quite honestly, we shouldn't have had to do because it should have been clear to us. But as other people have said, 600 pages, stuff gets buried, and it was missed by a lot of people, or at least the extent to which it limited businesses was missed by people. So I'm basically just here to say that I think we've heard from a lot of people who want to keep the ordinance as is, or maybe extend it to 1,000. But I think we've heard more from people who are opposed to it and think that there needs to be smart change. And the reality is that most of us want the same things. We want smart growth in our area. We want businesses to come here that are not all the same. I mean, I can only use one car wash or one storage facility, right? So we don't want more of those necessarily, but we want the change. We want the restrictions to be smart for what is here. So I just ask y'all to, as other people have said, really think about this. Don't just throw another 1,000 feet rule on there and change some of the things just because it's the easy thing to do, or it gives change and, you know, make some people happy, but really think about what is smart. When I first moved here, I met with my county rep, and she made mention that the 5 Points area was supposed to be the heart. Her vision was the heart of Lake Wylie. You can't have a heart in a downtown area if you have businesses spread out and people have to drive everywhere and they can't walk. It's just not smart planning. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Good evening. Figure I stuck around long enough. I'd still go ahead and get my comments in. My name is Kyle Eller. I live at 324 Redberry Court. It's York, South Carolina. It's on the south side of the Lake Wylie overlay. Mistakes have been made, in my opinion, and I stand before you today to address a matter related to our current use separation ordinance for the Lake Wylie overlay. The exclusionary zoning ordinance, as originally passed, is ripe with government overreach, and it lacked a lot of accountability and transparency. This issue is just another on what seems to be an ever-growing list of significant lapses in District 2, which further endangers our community's long-term prosperity. First, I'd like to address the process of how this ordinance was implemented. The ordinance had a material effect on property rights and property owners in the Lake Wylie overlay. And as you've heard tonight, it was seemingly hidden in the likes of a 598-page recode document. It was hidden on one little page, page 107, and it was not around long enough to actually be considered, other than it showing up in the draft that popped up on February 1st of 2022. That was 20 days before the final approval. The Recode York County project was, quote, implemented to modernize the codes, make the codes more intuitive and user-friendly, and eliminate common barriers to development. There's not a rationally thinking person out here that would believe that an ordinance of this magnitude should have been included in that document. It should have been separate and standalone. Second, it begs the question as to why the ordinance was hidden and how its current implementation seems to have been without regard to economic consequences, both intended and unintended. In the document files provided by a FOIA request, there were no documented discussions outlining short-term or long-term effects of an ordinance of this scope and magnitude. Outside of just seeing what was community feedback, I'm quite appalled that such a major decision affecting local economics was made without any external research, external consultants, or external data analysis. In fact, related to our own county's planning efforts, the ordinance originally satisfied just one policy objective in our Lake Wylie Small Area Plan, which I think is an incredible plan, and I know people on both sides of tonight's agenda that agree that that small area plan was needed for our overlay, it was needed for our community, and it is a fantastic document to understand our objectives moving forward. But there's an issue. At the same time we satisfied one policy objective from that Lake Wylie Small Area Plan, we violated 3 others. Those were part of land use integration and including traffic efficiencies and traffic pattern. That's a problem. Resultingly, in 2022, Council did pass an incredible 598-page Recode document, happened to contain an ordinance that was hidden and crafted with a specific agenda in mind. I will go ahead and echo a couple of folks from previous. If you want a business to stay out, write them out. That's the challenge. And I'm going to go ahead and address the elephant in the room on that. That won't withstand legal challenges. Don't hide. You want them out? Write them out. Go through the process. It's very unfortunate to see the rise of a local political effort to further increase these restrictions, yet we're not even able to address, until now, the unintended consequences of the matter, which include negative economic, legal, and traffic-related ramifications. This is our infrastructure we're talking about, and we're restricting businesses at the sacrifice of our infrastructure and our efficiencies. Coming back to reality, we continue to sit on 0 fact-based data related to the economics of these particular land uses in the Lake Wylie overlay, but I stand here today as an advocate for better future planning. The amendment as written does a much better job of addressing the community's desires to limit the perceived problem industries. But it also satisfies the aforementioned Lake Wylie Small Area Plan policy objectives in easing pressures with future traffic flows and allowing for the efficient neighborhood center developments as that plan has called for and as our land comprehensive plan has called for many years. Without regard to any other external factors influencing this issue, I want to commend the council for recognizing a need for reevaluation. The ordinance turned out to be a massive local government overreach with consequences that went far beyond the intended outcome. I'm not here to challenge the intended outcome. I'm here to challenge the unintended consequences on both property owners and on our future development of Lake Wylie's area. This decision to reevaluate the amendment and future council decisions signifies a pathway to proper accountability, transparency, and due diligence when it comes to the decisions that have a rippling effect not only on our local economy, but also our infrastructure planning. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Joe Bayard, 3205 Bayard Road. And since I got put into the Lake Wylie overlay, I guess I'm a stakeholder in this. I'm not going to talk about
what other people have talked about. You've heard it all, but 5 Points seems to be what everybody's talking about, and my family is 5 Points. I went to work there when I was 11 years old. Worked there off and on until I was through college, chasing minnows, pumping gas, and stocking shelves. That's my area. From 5 Points to Clover, there was not another restaurant. From 5 Points to the other side of 2 Points, there was not another gas station. From 5 Points to Charlotte, there was not a restaurant. My aunt ran a restaurant for many years. My dad ran the store. There was not another grocery store between 5 Points and Clover. There was not one between 5 Points and Byram store on Steel Creek Road. If you wanted to get your oil changed, you went to Clover or you went to Duck Alexander's tractor dealership. That's the way it was. We didn't have any problems. Gas stations every couple miles. Most of them doubled as a beer joint. There wasn't anything between 5 Points and the bridge. I've lived through 4 different Buster Board bridges. And I think one thing I'm going to say about the ordinance here, there's one line, paragraph A4. The uses regulate, detract from the desired character of commercial areas as active, pedestrian-oriented commercial areas. Whoever wrote that was out of their mind. There's, you ride down 49, you see people jogging. Every now and then, you see a homeless person. Nobody walks to those businesses. And it's ridiculous to think you're perpetuating that when it's not real. If somebody wants to build another oil change franchise, well, that's their dream. And if their dream fails, that's on them. And another business will come along and take it away, take that spot. And eventually, you'll probably have the businesses you want. You'll have a Chick-fil-A with the cars lined up all the way around it and down the street. That's what you want, it's fine. But don't mess with people's lives. Don't tell them you can't build a gas station across the street from a gas station, or a restaurant across the street from a restaurant. Thank you.
I think that we had folks speaking on both sides. We usually do folks who are opposed and then folks who support it. And I think we've heard from both sides instead of doing that. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak before we close the public hearing? If I got that wrong, now's your time. All right.
Move to close.
Second. Motion and a second to close the public hearing. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the public hearing is closed. Do we have a new motion?
I would like to make a motion to deny as written and then have some additional discussion.
A second.
Is there a motion?
What?
We have a motion and a second. You made the motion.
Oh, you want
to speak?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I want to speak. I do want to speak. So I've written some things down before I got here, and I've written some things down since I got here. So I'm going to kind of be all over the place, which is not unusual. So the first thing I want to do is I want to thank everybody for coming tonight. It is very important that we do hear from both sides, and there are always 2 sides, and sometimes 3 or 4. But there's a mix tonight. There's a real mix, and there's a lot of so there's some misunderstanding. There've been a lot of misinformation given tonight, and I'm going to correct some of that as we get a little further when I get to page 2. So It means a lot to me that you've come, and it also shows that you care about our community, and that's important. And it's important to me that my fellow council members see how much you care. And so filling up these seats sends a message. Over my past 7 years, there's been an unspoken regard for the elected voice of each of our 7 districts. It's very important. Peggy Upchurch spoke about that. That is the legacy of this council, and it is very important. If that were not the case, then we wouldn't have 7 different districts. We would just elect people throughout York County, and they could live anywhere, and they would not speak on behalf of a community as we do. Prior to 2017, all the way back to when Perry Johnson was serving and before, mostly previous councils. Numerous rezonings were approved for higher density for residential subdivisions, more than ever planned for. That's what a rezoning is. A rezoning means that county council approves what a developer wants to do rather than what people might want to see done. To Mr. Atkins' point, when he said we're taking away property rights, well, we've helped you with some rezonings where you didn't allow a developer to put 400 mobile homes on a property. That took away someone's property rights. So there are a lot of instances of taking away someone's property rights in an effort to do what we feel like is best for the community. The impact in Lake Wylie is evident, and it cannot be undone. There is nothing we can do about traffic on Highway 49, and I promise you that putting oil change places and car washes further down is not going to alleviate enough traffic for you to see a difference on Highway 49. Kevin, will you get me some water, please? There was no plan for Lake Wylie. There's never been a plan for the Lake Wylie side of District 2. And there's not a plan for the area beyond Lake Wylie and headed toward Clover. Although the 660-foot falls short, I do agree that we need to determine what is a good distance to have between businesses. Imagine if we had a clean slate. What would we do if we were all working together? Thanks, sir. If we were all working together as a group with a clean slate, what would we do differently? Would we say we're going to put a couple of oil change places here and a couple of oil change places here, and maybe one car wash, and maybe one's at 5 Points and one's down at Concord Road and one's over on 49. Maybe we would have some smart growth management. But we're beyond that point because there was no plan, and there is no plan. The process of recode, of updating 20-year-old ordinances, took 18 months. During that time, 4 more oil change places were developed at 49 within less than half a mile of each other. That's not what I want to see happen in a community. If we were planners and we had a blank slate, that's not what we would have wanted to happen there. The planning department, they did hold public meetings, online and in person. And Lake Wylie showed up for those meetings. Not everybody in Lake Wylie, because, sometimes it's on the residents. It falls in their lap to find out what's going on, to know what's going on. There's no way for us to inform every single person. So there are always going to be people. There are people right now that call me every day and they say, what are they clearing for down here on Highway 49? Because they don't know. Are we going to go back and revisit that because people missed that? I'm just saying that there's no way for us to inform every single person. And there are always going to be a group of people that maybe don't agree with what we've done as a council. Those residents that showed up for those public input meetings, they were heard. They were heard by our planning staff, and they were heard by county council. If we need to take another look at this because a big group of you has not been heard, I think that's very fair. I don't have a problem with that. I represent everybody in District 2, so I don't have a problem with that. For the first time, Lake Wiley has somewhat of a plan, and you might not like the plan, but I want to tell you that those of you who stood up tonight and talked about what could happen at 5 Points, and you want that to happen economically, you want that to just happen on its own, let me tell you what that's going to look like. I'm going to paint that picture for you, because that is the hub, and I did tell Amanda at a meeting that that will be the heart of Lake Wiley. And Harris Teeter, they've not said they're not coming. So don't stand up at this podium and tell people that Harris Teeter's not coming, because Harris Teeter is highly likely coming. So Harris Teeter is the game changer for Lake Wiley. And here's what's going to happen. Now that people know they're coming, and listen, they've been hovering for about 10 years, longer than a lot of you have been here. So Lake Wiley's coming, and they're a huge draw. So all those little businesses like Fast Frog Bakery and the little shops there, the little grooming place, they're not going to be there. They're not going to be there forever. You know why? Because their property value has gone up so much because of Harris Teeter. So the beehive that Mr. Gossett talks about up at 49, we're going to create another one right there at 5 Points, unless we're smart. That is our blank slate. It's our most blank slate. What is that? It is our most blank slate. And we need to work together to get it right. Otherwise, it's going to look like Highway 49. And you've all said tonight that's not what we want. You don't want to have to drive to 49. You don't want to have to go to 49. And it's been a free-for-all. But what you're asking to do tonight, when you ask us to repeal this or to not, put a distance between businesses, you're creating another free-for-all, which is going to be another beehive. I'm skipping some things based on public input, so I don't want to say things that are somewhat irrelevant at this point. In 2011, Quinn Smith's dad, Tom Smith, proposed a UDO. There was a hell of a lot more than 600 pages. It was also that thick, and it didn't pass. So we can argue 2 points. We can say, you know what, we did pass one in 2022, and we didn't pass one in 2011. And had we passed that UDO, we'd be a lot better off today. And it would have taken a lot of tweaking over time. So it's unfortunate that people feel like the recode was a mistake and that people didn't know about it. You know what, in 2011, there are a lot of people that wouldn't have known about that, and we would have spent a few more years working through that. So I'm not opposed to working through this. I think it's very important to get this right. But I think it's also important that we look at public opinion. And I'm going to give you a little bit of public opinion. You've seen it tonight. But is Perry Stack still here? Yeah, Perry. So I want to tell you what happened to them. In my opinion, what happened to them. So we put a 660-foot separation in place, and we had someone wanting to come and build a car wash, wrap a car wash around the 7-Eleven. And there was a lot of opposition to that. And that same developer went over and he put under contract, matter of fact, the real estate agent's here tonight. He put under contract the house, the old blue house at 233 Catamount. That's kind of important to a lot of us. It's the oldest house in the district. And so he then went door to door down in Tullamore, and he said, hey, we're going to put a car wash here. And I understand them probably feeling like, oh my gosh, they've protected everybody but us. Why do we end up with a car wash? when the car wash should be over beside the 7-Eleven. That does make more sense than putting it in place of that old blue house up adjacent to the Tullamore Playground. That does make more sense. So that's why the 1,000 feet came up, and that was to protect more people along Highway 274 that don't want to have their homes backed up to a car wash or storage units or a smelly fast food restaurant, because that's what you're gonna get, and you're gonna smell it when the wind blows your way. So the 1,000 feet was to protect you from those uses that the community said. This is not Allison Love's ordinance. This is the community's ordinance. And it's based on public input at a meeting that I didn't even attend because I wanted you to have a say. So we're not Rock Hill and we're not Fort Mill. We're a very unique area that still has a chance, a little glimmer of hope in what we look like 5 to 10 years from now. And I hope those of you on council can appreciate where so many of us have come from and why tonight. Now, I'm going to hit a few little hot spots that have been mentioned tonight. Was that a huff? No. Okay. Okay. All right. First of all, the Tractor Supply drive-through is not related to the pizza place drive-through. What has been keeping the pizza drive-through from coming is Archer Auto Sales beside them, because we have 5 uses. I call them the high 5. Those 5 uses can't be within 660 feet of those same 5 uses. So Tractor Supply, I don't know what their drive-through is even for, but that's not what's relevant there. I want to go back and touch on that RFAT study that someone mentioned also. The RFAT study, by the way, no one involved in that study lived in the Lake Wylie area at all. So they have proposed some changes that I don't know that most people know about. Again, we're talking about a situation where the majority of people do not know what's been proposed because it's hard to get that word out. I'll just reiterate, as John Gossett said, that 49, his words, 49 is a disaster. And my concern is that 5 Points and 274 will look the same way if we allow it to come a beehive. And I don't know why you speak third person when you talk about Lake Wylie, because you are Lake Wylie too. And the far end is not 5 Points. That's the middle. One of the concerns that Mr. Stacks mentioned was the property at 233 Catamount being adjacent to their playground and the entrance to Tullamore. And I know you feel some relief for the moment. However, in 10 months, that property will be back on the market. It was only rented out for another year. So it will be back on the market. So we need to factor in what do you want to see there and what do you not want to see there. So sometimes I think the limitations are a good thing. You also referenced a ship that has sailed. You know, if I were to throw in the towel on what could be done in Lake Wylie, what we've got and how we take that and make that better, you know, I would never say that ship has sailed, but I will say this. We can choose whether we let the waves and the rough waters choose our destination or whether we let the wind choose our destination. One thing that I feel like comes along in not often enough are people with a vision. And one of the things missing in the Lake Wylie community has been a vision for our future. Quality of life is very important. I don't think anybody, you can sit and giggle all you want, but I don't think anybody would disagree that our quality of life is very important. You know, a lot of you might think, well, I can pick up and leave anytime, but some of us are very rooted and we're not planning on going anywhere. What we want to do is get this right going forward. And I don't know how we do that. We've taken a couple shots in the dark at this, and I don't know how we get it right, but you know, I'm all for economic development, and I would love to see some great restaurants come. And by the way, the River Rat did not go out of business. The owner retired and sold that business. So, and there are other restaurants that are currently interested in that, and I think you'd be very excited to know that. I don't know how we move forward with this. I feel like we need to consider 5 points as a blank canvas, and we need to work together to figure out what do we want that to look like. Because if we walk out of here tonight and we don't do anything, or we don't have a plan, it's going to look 5 years from now exactly like the intersection and the businesses that are right there around the Wendy's on 49. So I don't know how we avoid that. I will tell you that most of council probably, they don't live like we live. Fort Mill is very different than we are. It's on an interstate. It's more adjacent to Charlotte. And it was destined to be packed full. And there's a difference. They got a lot of local-owned, really kind of cool places. And what we've gotten, you know, we're that bedroom community that has become a drive-through itself. We are the drive-through community. People drive through Lake Wylie to get to work. And in areas of the country that have done something about this kind of thing, they have, and you might call it government overreach, but they have put things in place to protect the community and to maintain some kind of order. And when you talk about smart growth, what are you talking about if that doesn't include some government reach? How do you have smart growth without some, just something in place that's government? We have a lot of houses coming. We have a lot more houses coming. And we have a lot more people coming. We have a lot more traffic coming. And I'm willing to work with y'all on where are we going to put the uses that those people need. But one thing that's important for you to realize is that there's one parcel, there's a couple parcels, but there's one parcel down Highway 274 that is already under contract and has already been approved, and you want to know what it's going to be? It's going to be outdoor storage. And the people that are adjacent to that are not going to be happy when they find out that it's right there beside them. So, I mean, how do we define how we look? How do we define how we grow from here when we've got, you know, this side and this side? How do we come together? I would love to know how you feel like we accomplish that. Because I'm not driving this boat. But I can tell you that the waves have taken us this far. And it's time for us to put up a sail and let the wind guide us. Let us direct the sail with the help of the wind. And I know y'all don't like my little analogies, but it's true. It's very true. I mean, people come here and they come here in good faith. They've stayed here in good faith, and they don't like what's happening. So how do we fix that? I don't have the answer, but y'all stood at that podium tonight, and y'all all seem to have answers. So I think there's going to have to be a bigger coming together in the Lake Wylie overlay, a bigger discussion to determine the combination of your answers and your concerns. And I'm willing to work with you on both sides of that, because I'm not, listen, this isn't my overlay. This is your overlay. That's all.
Let me put a correction, Allison. I did not take their personal rights away. That was a trailer park a fellow was going to buy and wanted to expand, and he was not going to buy it unless he got the zoning. Now, ultimately, he bought it. I gave him his as-of rights, and he's pursuing for it.
Yeah, but we voted against what he wanted.
High
So we've had a
density.
lot of public comment
High
tonight.
density.
Mr. Atkins, if I can, please, we're giving the floor to the council members. The council member gets, we do still have a lot of business to conduct tonight. So if Ms. Love is finished with her comments, I'll let each other council member add their comments to the motion that's on the floor now. So if we could just do that orderly, I think we've got a lot of other things to do.
Yeah, I guess I'll go ahead and start. First of all, I want to understand the motion. Your motion is to deny, correct?
So let me clarify that, because
Okay,
I should.
I just want to understand first.
So what I would like to do, after hearing all the comments tonight and everything, I would like to stick with my motion to deny, not change anything, but come up with a way for us to, for the people that are in the Lake Wylie, I mean, someone mentioned, that's who needs to make the call here. So come up with a way for us to have a bigger conversation. I'm willing to meet the group, talk to the group, and I mean, work together to figure out what is the solution that the majority, because not everybody's going to ever be in agreement, but what is the solution that the majority of people want to see happen? And so I propose that we not make any changes to it tonight, that we figure a way, and I can figure a way with the people that are here to have that conversation and come back with what we think is going to be a fair.
So it sounds like you're not asking to deny it, you're asking to.
I'm asking to deny what's there tonight, keep it as is until we can meet.
Why don't, let me, I'm
Yeah.
gonna jump the gun here, just because I think let me suggest this. And this is up to council decision, but let me just throw this out there. Instead of this being a denial, how about we defer this, but it needs to go to planning commission? And here are the reasons why I'm gonna suggest this. We haven't had any public hearing on record that we can refer back to. This is the first time that we've done that. This current ordinance has things that have to be fixed immediately, including the non-conforming uses and the issues with the property rights. I think what may be a better idea is to have all of these public comments transcribed, and let's move forward with a first reading, send it to planning commission, and come back to us. I think that's a better approach that will not lose time, and I think that's a better way to do this. I realize that I'm jumping the gun on that. It's late, so
Yeah, I would agree.
Well, if I was to say, since,
Go ahead.
am I good? So since this is supposedly first reading and the motion and the second's been made to deny, if it has to go back to planning commission, we're not losing any time.
there we are.
We need to make a decision to deny, like it was said. Send it to planning, send something, tell planning commission to take up something to vet whatever it is, because we don't lose any time, and we're not gaining any time. If we approve, basically what Chairman Cox is saying is we want to approve first reading, send it to planning commission. That is not, I don't think that's the route to go. But let me say my piece on this, since I have the floor now.
Yes, you took that floor.
Okay, I took the floor. Well, I just don't think we should approve it, then send it to planning commission, because we're approving something that we don't believe in as a council.
We haven't made it through all the comments yet, so.
But we don't, well, okay, I'll say my piece and y'all decide. But we've heard a lot from many different viewpoints. I respect the fact that we had 2 former county council members come out tonight. If y'all notice, they were on opposite sides. This is a tough decision for us to make, and it's good to see members of the community come out and weigh in for or against. And at some point, I felt like some personal shots was being taken, and I thought I was going to escape the whole bump rider you said or Christy Cox you said, but I was glad what I said was brought up, because I think it was relevant at the time and it's relevant now, that we don't always get it right. Somebody was listening, or somebody went back and watched the old tape. Thank you, Quinn, for bringing it up. But I've said that probably at least once or twice every single year I've sat up here. And this is year number 13. And I respect the fact that we don't get it right. But what it does allow us to do is go back and fix it. Nothing that we vote on says that we can never go back and undo it. Nothing that we vote on says that we can't fix it. Hopefully we don't make it worse, but in the event that we do pass something that's not right, and I'll be the first to say, we have a lot of decision makers, us, staff, who look at things and put them in motion, that we don't know what the collateral damage is going to be until it actually happens and it's brought back up. And then we decide to say, well, you know what, we didn't intend for that unintended consequence to happen that way. That's when we go back in. That's when we try to tweak things and make it work. We just tweaked a tattoo establishment ordinance. And someone mentioned 2011, I think it was 2011 or 2012 with the UDO. Part of what we're doing now and years down the road was because we didn't pass a UDO. And I was in favor of the UDO. But several people from the community sat at that podium, we was in the other building, and basically threatened council members up here that if you voted for this, I put you in that seat, I'll take you out of that seat. That was a reality, and that's why the UDO failed, because some members of council at the time was under political pressure not to pass it because big-time developers didn't want to be held accountable, and things changed with how development was occurring in York County. That's a reality. I sat through that. I can't imagine the pressure of someone sitting in this seat being threatened or put under pressure to vote for or vote against something because someone put them in that seat. If I'm in that seat under those conditions, you can take me out today, because I take this job very seriously. I take every decision very serious. I just don't check the box and move on. Years ago, I even mentioned what John Gossett mentioned about Lake Wiley. Incorporate. Sometimes I feel the extra pressure of being the York County City Council member for Lake Wiley. I told Bruce Henderson that. He didn't like it because we were talking about, well, buildings in Lake Wiley shouldn't be this color. I said, well, the city of Rock Hill determines that for Rock Hill. Why does York County have to determine certain things for Lake Wiley? But we all know the reason why that area is not going to incorporate now is because you have to get a mayor. You have to get a city council. You have to get all the things that's in place for York, for Clover, for TGK, for Fort Mill, for Rock Hill. That's tax money. Nobody wants to pay that now. The stakes are too high. So you lean on this council, somebody living in District 4, southern part of Rock Hill, District 5, southern part of Rock Hill, to make critical decisions for Lake Wiley that other municipalities make for their citizens. I would much rather the citizens of Lake Wiley to take control of their own destiny of what they want, what they don't want, right there in their own little backyard, their own little niche. I think Gossett or somebody else mentioned the population of that area versus TGK. Population of that area versus Clover. It makes sense that people living in that area, immediate area, decides what color buildings, what the aesthetics are on their neighborhoods, how many houses they want, where they want the next Jiffy Lube or the next car wash or the next Chick-fil-A. It's not totally unfair. It's part of this job that we all sit up here and make those decisions. But I can assure you, the community would be better served if it was a mayor, city council, town council, city administrator. We have spent a lot of time on Lake Wiley the last couple of years. I've gotten to know people in Lake Wiley the last couple of years. I've been on the Lake Wiley tour. I volunteered to go on the Lake Wiley tour. Some still haven't went. It's part of the job. I embrace it, but I'd much rather not it be part of this job, if at all possible, but we know that's not going to happen. We, York County Council, shouldn't be responsible for coming up with a plan for Lake Wiley. We don't come up with a plan for York. We don't come up with a plan for Clover, Fort Mill, TK, but we will. You may not like it, but she'll be the one driving it. or the person sitting in the seat will be the one driving it. Because it's not fair for me to jump in and say, no, you shouldn't do this over there. Because I don't want D2, D3, D5 saying you should do this over in District 4. So whatever plan is gonna happen for the Lake Wiley area is gonna come through her. And I respect the fact that it's been a long-standing tradition that you lean on that council member from that district to help shape, decide, and maneuver that district. Now, we've had some instances where that wasn't the case, and those were some rough times because we heard it when we hit the back door. We were gentlemen and ladylike out front, but when we hit the back door, it was some finger pointing, nail biting. That's just the nature of this business. We don't always get along, but we try to respect each other, be amicable, but tempers get hot, decisions are made. We heard both sides tonight. Some want 660, some want 1,000, some want clusters, some want spread out. Well, we can't do everything for everybody, but I assure you, the person sitting to my right, you're not gonna find a better person to sit in this seat that's gonna fight for Lake Wiley than she does day in and day out.
Thank you.
I didn't mean to get an applause right there, just like I didn't mean to get an applause when I said, let's consider if a moratorium fits. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But we're not locked into something forever. It takes a small army to undo some of these ordinances that we do. But if we don't want car washes, if we don't want storage facilities, if we don't want whatever it is, we can put a moratorium on something to keep it out for a short period of time. Because I think I just had to put up on the screen what the overlay, what York County looked to achieve in District 2 with the overlay. And I think a moratorium from some of the unwanted, undesirables at this time could be worked into a moratorium. Is that an option? Could it pass the legal challenge? Don't know. That's something for county attorney, planning staff to consider. But I feel the pain of seeing the multiple car washes, the multiple oil change places, the multiple storage units. Rock Hill put a moratorium on storage facilities for a while. But when they lifted it off, boy, did we open the floodgates. We have a storage facility every quarter mile, down Cherry Road, down wherever you turn, we have them on everywhere. That's the nature of the business, but I do respect property owners' rights. And one thing I made a note, I said, we do not make decisions based on someone's retirement. That shouldn't be the case. It may sound cutthroat, but if a landfill wanted to purchase that piece of property and put on the very same piece of property, we wouldn't think that way. If a tattoo establishment wanted to go there, some of you may not feel that way. If a gentleman's club wanted to go there, should we be standing here saying she should be allowed to sell her property? I don't think we would be standing making those same judgment calls. We have to plan, we have to try to look out, but the overlay, the small area plan was something that I think whether it's been 100% effective, 50% effective, or 25% effective, it's helped curb some of the things that this council member, through some of what she's talked about from citizens, to come and not to come. So don't say it's been a total failure, because I wouldn't dare say it's a total failure. Has it achieved 100% of what the overlay and small area plan is set out to do? Probably not. But I can say I think D2 in that Lake Wiley area is better off to some degree. What that number is, don't know. But I take pride in saying we don't always get it right, but I assure you we don't always get it wrong either. That's the one thing that I can say about this council and serving. I would have liked to have seen some of the concerns with overreach on many other topics that we've talked about, because you can't properly plan for economic development. You can't properly plan for bringing desirable things to a community if government is not involved. Things just don't always happen. You have to plan for them. You have to plan for what you want, and you have to plan for what you don't want. And it cuts both ways. Sometimes you get what you want, sometimes you don't get what you want. So you take the good with the bad, you take the wins with the losses, and you come back to this seat area of the Monday night, and you try to get it right. And if there's ever been a time that we've gotten it right or gotten it wrong and we didn't do anything about it, shame on us. But I think we're faced with an issue now that it's going to take the same voices in the room that came here tonight and expressed concerns for what's happening and what's not happening to come together to say, hey, here's how we work it out. Instead of going home and finger pointing, have these town hall meetings. Meet up again and say what you want at 5 points. Meet up again and say what you want on 274 and 49, because I've seen the 5 p.m. parade. I understand traffic, and it's not going anywhere. We have more people that's moving here, and it's not because this council gets it right. I can assure you that's not the case. It's because our taxes, our education, the cost of living, which is going up, but still considerably less than what we see in D.C., New York, California, L.A., Chicago, Atlanta. People are coming here whether we get it right or get it wrong. But I assure you, we do our very best to make things work and make them right. Now, I kind of took some offense over the several times I've heard that we don't want to be the Cherry Road or Rock Hill. Because when I was a kid growing up, we had everything on Cherry Road, from grocery stores to car washes to car dealership, Dunkin' Donuts, Krispy Kreme, the mall, Shoney's, Hess Station. You know, you name it, it was on Cherry Road.
Loves jewelry.
Loves jewelry. Little Caesars, Pizza Hut, Pizza Inn. So, and everything happens in a wave because as time grew on, those facilities got older. Some developers said, hey, there's some old stinky land out off Dave Lyle. We can build a mall. Everything left Cherry Road, went to Dave Lyle. Now, I don't think Lake Wiley has those options to go from 274 or 49 to go somewhere else. So you kind of got what you got. And I applaud her for wanting to make the best of the limited area. And we're only talking 4 or 5 miles. That's not a lot of area to put everything that a community needs and wants. So if having 4 car washes is enough, stop it at 4. If 6 is the right number, stop it at 6. But I'm willing to support her in making things work. Like I say, she's been a champion for that area. I don't think some of the things in Lake Wiley would have gotten done without her. So this is not a loss by any measure, by any stretch of the imagination. It's just a reset on everybody that's sitting out there to get together, have these neighborhood meetings, have these community meetings, and work towards what Lake Wiley wants to see. And I promise you, I'll be the best city council member sitting up here on the York County Council for Lake Wiley. And that's all I have.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So, real quick, first of all, I want to thank everybody for coming tonight. The updates, the input was phenomenal. I thought it was fantastic. Allison, I do applaud you for your hard work, and I know that you're trying to get what is going to be best for the people of Lake Wiley, so thank you. You know, I think a lot of times when you go through these things, it takes time, right? And having these discussions bring out ideas and concept and understanding of really what's going to be the end goal and how we're going to make this thing work for everybody across the board. You know, there is as Bump was saying, you know, when I look at TGK, it's an incorporated area, and they, being a municipality, they'll go and they'll have their own overlay, and they work through it and everything like that. But again, I think we are presented with a unique challenge, and again, we're here to take on the task, etc. A couple of things. You know, when we went through RICO, there was a consensus that we'd be back talking about things. There was we knew that there was going to be needed changes and concerns around property rights, concerns around what we saw with the business that were incorporated. We needed to fix that. So this was a process that we had to go through with RICO to come back And tonight was the end result of that process as we go through this. You know, my concern, and I mentioned earlier, is free market, okay? You know, I get concerned when government picks and chooses the winners and losers, okay? It's the market and the people's needs that pick the winners and losers, okay? That is, to me, really critical. When we look at this, we're going to work out and talk through this as we look at identifying the needs of Lake Wylie, identifying what's going to work out best for everybody across the board. But I think tonight was a success. I honestly do. I think this was a great discussion amongst a lot of people that have a lot of ideas and a lot of things that I think when we come together, I think we're going to be able to work this out to make what's going to work for best for Lake Wylie. So again, I applaud you. I thank you. And again, I look forward to working with y'all as we move forward. Thank you. Appreciate it.
No, you go ahead.
All right, I'll be respectful with my comments, but I have a few things I do want to mention before I get into the meat of what I want to share. Number one is, I don't know how we got to the point where personal attacks on social media make sense, but I don't understand that. I don't get it, how you've got council members up here trying to do their absolute best job. They care for York County, they care for their district and every other district out there, and people feel like they can go on social media and say things that just are not true. I took this on the chin at the York County GOP and I didn't say a word. And I'm gonna be respectful tonight as I was the night at the GOP meeting. But I am gonna say that, number one, there was this assertion that Rock Hill council members pro-development. Well, if you're talking about me, I'm in favor of smart development, and we'll talk about that in a few minutes, okay? Do we know everything about development? I tell this group often, we don't. I don't. I'd like to have more people coming in talking to us about development to educate us. So I only know what I know, and I go out and I ask a lot of questions, and I ask questions from both sides. I've called some of you in the room. Some of you are not here. I've gone to see people in the 2nd District to talk about this issue to get educated. I'll share more on that in a few minutes. What am I for? I'm for an honest process. That's a process that gives both sides an opportunity to share their views on an issue. And when you have an honest process, then you get at the end, council's going to make a decision. And as it's been said tonight, and I've said previously, often we're going to get it right, and sometimes we are not. And then we have to go back and revisit it. Act 388. When that was passed, they should have said, got a looming recession, we probably ought to take a look at this again next year, make sure this turned out the way we thought it was going to turn out, and it didn't, and they didn't go back and revisit it, and look where we are today. It's just a great example. Public hearing, there was something written about a council member influenced a public hearing. Well, let me let you know, if you don't know this, it's 10:03 right now, and when we recess from this meeting tonight, we still have probably 3 hours of meeting in executive session tonight. We didn't choose for you all to come in for public comment tonight. And a council member did not influence that tonight, just to clear that up. The comments that have been made that I feel like were directed at me, I want you to know, will not influence my decision on this issue. Not to support as it's written, and not to support amendments. I'm gonna make decisions that I think make sense based on the input I get from both sides of this issue, which is what I've done consistently since I've joined this council in January of '23. Now, why are we here tonight? I want to talk about a timeline right quick. So, there's been assertions on why we're here tonight. There's a council member that's in the hip pocket of a developer. You attack my integrity. I'm going to remain respectful, but I'd ask you not to attack my integrity because I'm not going to take it on the chin too much longer. So, let's talk about why we're here. So when I joined council in January 2023, soon after I was elected, I got a telephone call from a property owner in Lake Wylie. And that property owner said, hey, I've got other property owners that want to have a conversation about an ordinance that was passed. Well, imagine you just joined council, you really know nothing about public government. And I thought, oh my God, I'm not going to go embarrass myself talking to this individual about an ordinance that was passed. So what am I going to do? I'm going to say, what about the district representative from your area? I think that person should be at the meeting. Well, that person actually crafted the ordinance, so I don't think it makes sense for them to come to the meeting. So I suggested another council member, and they said, why don't you just come? I said, I'll come, but I'm not coming by myself. So I brought a staff member from the county government that I thought was the right person to bring to be in this conversation. So that was in February of 2023. I got elected January 2023. February 2023, I go meet with that individual, with the staff member from the county. We left the meeting, and we really took no action on what he was asking for. He wanted feedback. He wanted an explanation. So we didn't give him any, and I didn't really, honest to God, I didn't know what to give him. I felt like I was speaking Spanish or listening to Spanish. It was, I had a lot to learn, and I've learned a lot since then. So soon after, in the latter part of February, that individual and a group of property owners from the Bethel Lake Wiley Tax District filed a lawsuit against York County. So that was in February. So lawsuits filed, and I waited to hear what action we were going to take, and nothing happened. So I'm thinking to myself, I've joined council, and I know of a couple of lawsuits that are going on that have been lingering for a long time, and as taxpayers, you'd be amazed how much money we've spent in those lawsuits. So I'm thinking to myself, here's another lawsuit that could just go on and on. So are we not going to talk about it? So I bring it up, say, hey, what do we need to do about this? Nothing. Okay. Well, there's a lawsuit. You would think that maybe we ought to have a discussion about it. So we didn't. Again, this was probably in April or May when I brought that up. So then you fast forward to September 18th, 2023. You don't think it's a nervous subject to bring something up so contentious as this issue in Lake Wiley? You think a council member really wants to do that? I don't want to do that, but I felt like I had the responsibility to bring it up because from what I had heard in the questions I'd asked, there are two sides to a story, and it sounds like one side hasn't been heard. So what do? You just sit on it, ignore it? I didn't think that was the thing to do. So on September 18th, 2023, I asked council, could we refer this topic to workshop? Now, how does it get referred to workshop? Majority of council has to agree to refer it to workshop. Majority of council agreed to refer it to workshop, so it went to workshop. That's how something gets from somebody saying up here, I'd like something to happen, and it moved from us to somewhere else. A majority has to agree for that to happen. So one council member doesn't make that decision. I'm not putting other council members on the spot. I'm just speaking process. So on November 14th, 2023, we had the workshop. And then that leads us to where we are tonight, that we're having a discussion about this issue. Now, I want to share something with you. We talk about development. We talk about sprawling development. We talk about smart development, however you want to describe it. I want you to think about something. So, to no one's fault, Highway 49 from the Buster Boy Bridge up to 274. I'd like to just ask for guesses on this, but how many curb cuts do you think there are between the Buster Boy Bridge, traveling from the Buster Boy Bridge to 274 on the right side of the road? I'm going to tell you how many there are. There are 52 curb cuts. There are 52 curb cuts that include 9 roads. How many secondary access roads are there off of 49 to move traffic along quickly? 1. Okay, so I say, well, because when this came up the first time, I said, I know what we want to avoid is we want to avoid another Highway 49 and we want to avoid Cherry Road, right? Those happened 30 years ago. So let's think about what's happened in the last 20, 15 years. So I do live in Rock Hill. Went over to Dave Lyle Boulevard, drove down as far as I could, 2.6 miles. So I went further, 2.6 miles, than the I traveled down Dave Lyle Boulevard 2.8 miles further than the 2.6 miles that were measured on Buster Boyd Bridge to 274. Ironically enough, Dave Lyle Boulevard's all been developed in the last 15, 20 years, right? I'd ask you to guess how many curb cuts there are on Dave Lyle Boulevard. None. There are no curb cuts. There are 9 roads on the right side of Dave Lyle Boulevard from the statues all the way out to Sam's. There are 9 roads. There are no curb cuts. If somebody could go back to the picture of the Highway 49 with the 3 restaurants, please. So there are 9 roads, and there is there's a cutoff to the right to get on 21, and there's a cutoff to 77. So in total, there are 11 roads compared to 52. Big difference in development standards today than there were 30 years ago, right? I'm not saying this because I'm in favor of sprawl and development. I'm just making a point. There is a difference in development today than there was before. Because the development today does encourage clustering, adjacency, secondary roads, turn lanes. There are plenty of things that go into smart development, the best that you can, to keep traffic flowing through an area properly, not 52 curb cuts. So there's more I can say, but my feeling is, I'm not sure what the motion is on the floor right now, but my feeling is that we ought to just go ahead and get through first reading like we always do, and then have more discussion on this in the second and third reading, because I think there are amendments that need to be made to what's been presented, and I think we can come up with a solution that's palatable to both sides. Thank you.
Okay, first of all, I do applaud if this goes to Planning Commission. Should have gone to Planning Commission, and I hope that this is the direction that that's going to take. Okay, so someone, first of all, the excerpts that I think Mary gave us from the zoning pages were, I think if it were followed, it would just be, I think like Wiley might look different, but the fact that this says they want to encourage, or this zoning wants to encourage high-quality development in ways not provided in traditional regulations by addressing, and this is what I love about Lake Wiley, it's the unique character and the environment of the Lake Wiley community. So the other part of this is to enhance the character and appearance of both the natural and the man-made environment. So these are things that you think about when you talk about or discuss smart growth or smart development, because there are tremendous areas of York County that you wish you lived in an area that had smart growth. I live in that area. And I know what it is not to have smart growth. I wish I had smart growth. And I hope that you do look at my area and that you come and visit my area, and so that you know what not to have for the rest of your community. Because the first part of your community is a mess. You have a chance to continue on and do it right. So let's let Planning Commission talk this out, do whatever else that you make a motion on, but I'm just going to end this by saying, basically our role, and this is the hardest thing, and I ran a retail business for 50 years in a super regional mall where we were open 7 days a week, 11 hours a day. I had an average of 20 women that I employed and had to keep happy every day. But this is the hardest thing. That was a cakewalk, okay? And I thought that was hard. Okay, our role, to me, this is what I think. Our role is to direct the growth of the community as a plan for the good of the community. I'm going to say that again. Our role is to direct the growth of the community as a plan for the good of the community. We want to do good. Allison wants to do good for Lake Wiley. It's not something that she's trying to make you guys go stand, have terrible issues and so forth. She wants desperately for these things to happen, the things that I read. Enhance the character and appearance of both the natural and the man-made environment. These are things that I hope that you have happen for the rest of your community, that you are not Fort Mill, that you don't look like my community. I hope so.
You're up.
Well, y'all know how I feel on property rights and all. And I hope that we can address the concerns for Lake Wiley, but somehow or another figure out how we're going to do this and protect individual property rights, because I agree with what Debbie made in her statement there. But we also got to realize we represent the people, but we don't become a dictator to the people. And I can tell you personally here from the things I don't like, I have to watch myself before I realize it, that I'm actually putting my desires over a lot of other people's desires. But I think this does need to be looked at, and we need to get the kinks and all out of it. We as all council members here also don't need to be having problems saying, I'm gonna put council people in place and all this. We need to work together just as much as our communities need to work together. And Mr. Bump there straightened me out one night when early on about we can agree to disagree. And I was a hard knock on that, but once you sit up here and try to get stuff done, you'll see what we're talking about. But I hope we can figure this out in a way that is truthful and honest, and we don't have the right to decide who makes it and who don't make it. No business should ever suffer for any of our costs, but it should be the consumers of those businesses that determine whether or not they stay in business. This country, it never would have got off the ground with the way we act in here now in the new century. So let's figure out what our motion's going, how we're going to progress forward, because I don't want to be here to know 1, 2 o'clock again myself.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just making sure you were heard fully.
No, wait a minute, I wasn't near as long as the rest of them.
So I support us finding a solution that supports our community interests and that's fair to the property owners. It's clear that the existing ordinance doesn't hit the mark. It looks like this proposed ordinance doesn't fix it well enough. We've heard from a lot of folks in this room tonight, and I think the best comment was we need to have public hearing on the record to hear what the community wants, because it's not either one of those things. And what I think, instead of losing ground, I do think that we need to tee this up to push this to Planning Commission so that they can look at this, get a transcript of all the comments that were made, make them aware of that, so that we don't lose ground. And then when it comes back to council, it can be discussed at length how to fix this and to tweak what we need to do. I do have a few comments, and I'm going to try not to rehash a lot of the stuff, but it's important to me. You know, I've been asked and challenged on why is this in front of council, where clearly there were public complaints that were made. It's a matter of public record that there's been a lawsuit filed. I'm not going to comment on that. That's being handled by the courts. But when you have those things, it does tend to call your attention to it. Council had workshops as a result of those things being brought to their attention, and we had several of them into the night, and there was a bunch of discussion about what the public wanted, but we didn't have a record of what the public wanted. Now we do, and so I think having the public hearing tonight was important. I think that we do have there are some provisions in the ordinance that need to get fixed rather quickly, including the one that is a non-conforming use. There are basically, we've outlawed businesses to keep them from doing what they can do, and that provision does need to get fixed. And so I don't think a denial is appropriate. I think perhaps either push through first reading or defer it and send it to the Planning Commission. Those are the two options I think that make the most sense. I'll take, but I cannot support denial.
So I'll change my motion to defer and send to the Planning Commission. And in the meantime, I'll call a meeting in Lake Wiley.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second to defer the item, to send this to Planning Commission with full transcript, let them have their comments, and all in favor of the...
So that means that we still have a first reading ahead of us, the second and third. Is that correct?
Yep, correct.
That is right. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries 6-1. We move now to
All the way down to item number 2.
item number 2. We're making a lot of progress here.
Yeah.
Rezoning action, council to hold a public hearing and consider first reading case number 24-01 to rezone 20 parcels from UD to OA in Council District 1.
Yes, this is a council-initiated rezoning. It covers 20 parcels, approximately 276 total acres. All of these parcels are currently zoned UD today, and the proposal is to rezone them to OA. So the genesis of this rezoning comes from the small area plan for Exit 90. It's called the Carowinds Boulevard Master Plan. And there's a recommendation in there to analyze the zoning. It identifies that the UD zoning is problematic for that area. And there's a recommendation to do something different to decrease the high level of uncertainty. And I've said it here before, UD was kind of joked as you decide, that it had essentially any use you could think of, including residential at one point in time. And there really was no cohesiveness to that district, and it's led to a lot of problems throughout the county. And Exit 90 is included in that. So here's the purpose statement for that OA district. So it identifies that that came from the Exit 90 plan, and it's meant to accommodate outdoor recreation and entertainment uses that typically generate greater impacts, such as traffic and noise, than is appropriate in other non-residential districts. And it's really meant to create a district that is suitable for the existing Carowinds amusement park and the surrounding development. Make sure it all meshes together. So here's that property here again, and there's a list of all the tax map numbers that are included in the rezoning and their current uses. You'll see that there is there is a pair of parcels that are left off of this list in between W and G on this map, and that's because those properties are currently developed with uses that would not be permitted in the OA district, so they were not included. Staff recommends approval of the rezoning. It's consistent with and actually implements a recommendation of the comp plan. Outdoor amusement, that district is created specifically for this area and no other area of the county. It promotes more limited but more synergistic list of uses than UD has today. It eliminates a large swath of legacy UD district, and it makes some of the existing drive-through uses that are already existing today conforming. And by a 6-0 vote, Planning Commission also recommends approval.
Any questions?
Yeah, real quick on this one, John. I think you mentioned you were going to meet or update each one of these businesses, correct?
Yes, we've reached out to all of the property owners, sent them notices.
Okay, any pushback or anything from each of the businesses at all?
We've heard back from very few.
Mhm.
Some of them wanted connections about people that might be interested in purchasing their property, but we haven't received any negative pushback.
No negative
on
feedback
the,
at all?
on the rezoning.
Okay,
correct.
I knew you were going to reach out. Okay, very good. All right, that's it.
No other questions? Is there anyone here who wishes to speak against this request? Is there anyone?
Yeah, you can follow up with me after the meeting.
Yeah, is there anyone here who wishes to speak on either side of this? Do we have a motion to close?
Motion to close.
Motion is second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the public hearing is closed. Do we have any motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. We move now to item number 1 in old business, rezoning action, consider second reading, case number 2347, tax map number 52900000031, to rezone from AGC to RUD, 3.98 acres in District 4.
Move to defer.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Point of
Hearing
order,
none.
To what date?
To the next council meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
New business, item number 1, council to award bid 2906 regarding the purchase of a trailer-mounted sewer jetter for the use by the public York County's Road Maintenance Department to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, U.S. Jetting LLC of Alpharetta, Georgia, for the total cost of $74,600.82. This purchase is being funded by the Local Assistance and Travel Consistency Fund.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. We move to item number 2, council to approve award regarding bid number 2907 for HVAC renovations at the York County Emergency Operations Center to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, Digitrol, Inc. of Gastonia, North Carolina, for a total project cost of $1,690,008 as part of the coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery funds.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. We move to item number 3, council to ratify the purchase of a 2024 Chevrolet 4x4 Tahoe Special Services Vehicle from Love Chevrolet, Company of Columbia, for an estimated cost of $55,688, and to additionally authorize vehicle upfit from the West Chatham Warning Devices of Savannah, Georgia, for an estimated cost of $12,851.19 for a total estimated cost of $69,040 for use by the Bethel Fire Tax District.
Motion to approve.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. We do not have any committee reports or citizen concerns. I don't think we have any council member new non-agenda comments, do we?
I do, yes.
Oh, do we?
Please.
I do. But I'm gonna be quick. I'm gonna be quick. So something that has come up in the, specific to the Lake Wiley area, but not specific to the Lake Wiley area, is, signage. So, my opponent has put out a gazillion signs, and he and I and another guy who's planning to run, neither of those two have filed, by the way, but, those two and I have gotten a letter stating that some of the county rules on that. So I would like to refer this to the Planning and Zoning Committee to determine what part of that is state, what part of that is county. One of the issues is that they've been told that people can't put signs in their own personal yards, and I just want us to get the details of that ordinance from Jonathan and what state and what's county, and so we can have that discussion.
I'm glad you did bring that up. One thing I do want to say, and I don't know how the rest of the council feels about this, obviously referring it to committee, if there's something that needs to be fixed, it's going to take too long to go to committee, then come back, report it out of committee, then make a change. I think if the council is interested, because I am getting a number of calls from some of our delegation members who were talking about their signs being put up. The sign ordinance was apparently in recode as well. If anyone wants to put a sign in their personal yard on private property, whether it's 2x4 or 5x10, and it's not in the right of way and doesn't obstruct the traffic view, they need to be able to do it without getting a permit. They're being charged $100 per sign just to put it in somebody's private yard. That's how it's being interpreted. I don't know that we need a committee for this because it will just take too long to address. I'm not discounting the committee efforts. It just takes too long to go through that process. If council is supportive, maybe what we need to do is to give some direction to staff to immediately look at this and to prepare an ordinance that we can look at, and we can do some investigation between now and then, even considering adopting a pending ordinance to address this. This was not an intended consequence if that's what's happening, so that we can be prepared for our next council meeting instead of having to wait for that.
Yeah, I would agree to that,
I don't-
just because of the timing of the campaigns.
I don't think we need a pending ordinance doctrine on this because we're still 4.5, 5 months from an election. So even with that, I think there's plenty of time.
I think there's going to be the application signed, so I need to hear from other council, because I would suggest we can always still get a proposed draft and then move forward and have discussion on that. We're going to lose time if we don't.
Yeah, and I'm already seeing signs go out. I think it's one of those things where it's, to me, I think it's pretty straightforward that we can just get it done, so.
Was it stuck just on political signs?
It's gonna
I
be
think
every
that's
sign.
what's
It's gonna be
being
all
addressed
signs. It's
now.
gonna be real estate signs and all signs.
So are we saying someone's getting fined $100 per day or something for having signs in their personal yards?
The feedback that we've gotten, and I don't know, but I think we need to instruct staff that that's the interpretation that they're making, is that you can't put a personal sign in your own private yard, and that if it's a political sign, then they're having to pay $100 now to go put the sign in a personal yard. That we never did that before in the past.
And I don't think that's enforceable countywide.
That's not
I don't think
that's not what's occurred. I think we should just go ahead and move
I'm
forward.
sorry, but I don't think that's accurate. There's no prohibition for putting a sign, political sign or otherwise, in your yard, correct, Jonathan? I mean, there's a time limit on when you can do that and some time frames involved, and there's no permit for the small sign, is that correct?
Correct.
So I do think there's a lot of misinformation, and however we can get that cleared up would be great, whether that's a workshop or bring something back to council, but I just.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we bring an ordinance that we can discuss, and if we need to refer it at that time, we can, but the instruction being for you guys to prepare something to address the concerns that we have. We need to move into executive session, so.
Well, if I could, if there's direction to draft an ordinance, I would need to know what the ordinance needs to address and what the goal of the changes might be.
Well, I'll say this, you shouldn't have to pay $100 to put a sign in your private yard.
Do we believe that to be the case?
It depends on the size of the sign.
Well,
No.
if it's on your own property?
No.
If it's on your own property, not in the right-of-way and doesn't obstruct traffic.
So this is why, this issue is very complicated. The sign code is about the largest section of the zoning code, and that's, there's historical context for why that is. It's heavily litigated through the courts, including a Supreme Court case in 2015. And the reason that the code changed to a significant degree was to try to adhere to that Supreme Court case about content neutrality in sign codes. So that's why there is no distinction when we're regulating a political sign versus a real estate sign versus a yard sale. The Supreme Court case asked for, the direction that came out of that case was that the signs need to be regulated as if the content on the sign itself is immaterial. So
we don't need to discuss it now. Let me just ask council, is there any objection to us putting it on for title only for the next council meeting? If we need to refer it, we can do it then.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
fine. I agree.
That's fine.
Well,
All right.
Jonathan, what about our business signs? That ain't included in this, right?
Yeah, we're gonna.
We can refer it if we have title only. I don't think we need to lose time.
Yeah.
I didn't hear, let's go ahead and do that. Do we have, we're gonna have to have this discussion later with more input, but if we have title only, that at least gets it on the agenda. So,
All right. Yeah, let's.
do we have a motion for executive session?
Yes, we do. Personal matter, county manager search, and also proposed contractual matter, receipt of legal advice, fire services.
Do we have a second?
Oh, second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, we move straight to executive session. We are out of executive session. No action was taken. Do we have any motions?
Yeah, we have two motions. I move to authorize the county attorney to retain outside legal counsel as discussed in executive session and to direct county manager to pause plans tax district accounts payable process until further council direction is provided. And the second motion is I move to authorize council.
We need a second.
We have to vote on that.
We need a second on the first motion.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing
No.
none.
No.
Motion carries 6-1.
All right, I move to authorize council chairwoman to work with Human Resource Department to extend an offer of employment to county manager candidate as discussed in executive session.
Motion to approve.
That was a motion and a second.
Second.
Any discussion?
Well, he made the motion, so that was the
Right.
second.
Second.
One's got to
Sorry.
vote.
Thank
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. We have a motion to adjourn.
Motion adjourned.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned.